Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard to get them, and they are really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not together. Understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Bro, how do I have more chatters than viewers? How is that even fucking possible? It says I have 6 viewers right now. Oh, it just jumped up to 8. I have 7 chatters in here. Fucking what? Oh, man. Did I put a naughty word in the stream or something? Is like YouTube mad at me? Like, what happened? I expect to have lower numbers when I get sick and miss a few days, but like, but how the fuck do I have more chatters than viewers? Oh, we're jumping up to 10 now. Like, come on, man. Like normally, like active chatters are only like 20 to 30% of your viewers. Do I remember Baby Come Back from the Swiffer commercials? No. What's up with everyone constantly being sick? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. We're all eating poison. We're all depressed. Gender roles are all fucked up. Weather's changing. Let's see. People's material conditions are kind of all fucked up, so there's a lot more stress. Microplastics or some shit, whatever effect that has to have some level of effect. I don't know. I don't know if it's like as big as the online fucking anti-vax moms think it is, but it's got to have some level of effect, right? Like we can't keep injecting ourselves with fake food and fucked up shit and it not be a problem. Literally no one knows why body temperature is lowering. But it is a thing. Like 98.7 degrees is like no longer a standard temperature. That's a temperature for boomers. Like Gen X, followed by millennials, followed by Gen Z, and even Alpha. Like their body temperatures are lower, and we don't know why.
Why are you watching his mouth? Can I be honest? That sounds like a MrBeast dick ride. Why are you watching his mouth? Can I be honest? That sounds like a MrBeast dick ride comment right there. Why are you looking at his mouth? Because his teeth change more than the tides of the sea, brother.
Because he's a fucking psychopath, all right? So he does weird shit with his faces, Freudian slip, but it's true. So he's always acting.
He looks different because that's not him. His team has admitted that they...
MrBeast attempting to act human is less human, is like more of a talented actor than Andy Serkis, okay? There you go.
Not him. His team has admitted that they digitally add the MrBeast team in post for specific shots. We found after there was a clip of them on top of a temple. The Mexican government freaked out and they admitted it was all editing. Yeah, but that's different. I know what you're talking about, like a wide drone shot of like people climbing up a temple. No, that guy's not schizo. He's right, but I think he's misunderstanding, admitting
yeah, that is true.
To digitally putting team members.
The Mexican government was pissed. And I feel like, listen, I'm 50-50 on whether or not I believe him on that. Cuz like I don't know if it was digitally added later or if he just was like somewhere he shouldn't be and was like, what? No, we digitally added that shit. AI, don't be mad at us, Mexican government.
Members in that they did do. Wait, he doesn't have a shadow? Okay, you guys are freaking me out now. What's happening? Guy, hold on. Hey! What's happening?
All right, I've reacted to the wubby. All right, I pulled up the best quote. Someone asked me earlier. This is without a doubt the best Ayn Rand quote. There is no better quote. And I say this as someone that's only read half of her works. So if I'm wrong, whatever. Fuck you. I'm the guy on the internet that says things. But insofar of the quotes that I've seen, there's no better self-explanatory, perfect quote that literally just sums up all of libertarian and objectivist philosophy and why Christianity and why atheism and why these other political ideologies such as Marxism are wrong. And it's just very simple. Contradictions do not exist. Whenever you think you're facing a contradiction, check your premises. You will find that one of them is wrong. That's from Atlas Shrugged. I know Francisco D'Anconia says it, but I forgot like his teacher's name. The one that taught him and Ragnar and like the other guy and John Galt. I can't remember fucking what his name is, but he says it too because it's his quote. But obviously it's Rand. Wubby has receipts, yeah. Damn, I thought it was the one where he shows Beast's teeth change from one scene to another. No, apparently not. I'm waiting for Rocky running up the steps of an Aztec ziggurat deepfake. I mean, you could probably make that right now. Like, you say you're waiting, but like you could just like go off the stream real quick and just make that happen. That's the best Ayn Rand quote right there. Yeah, that's my opinion. That's my. You asked me. I could be wrong, but like that's it. Really, like the smallest minority in the world is the individual is the smallest minority in the world. Yeah, it's good. It's a good quip at like lefties and all their like minority nonsense, but like it's not all encompassing to the philosophy. Like the contradictions quote is. Like, honestly, if you genuinely understand that full quote, you understand all of libertarianism and objectivism. Where the fuck? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I just switched glasses. I had on the wrong glasses. Oh, look at Scott. Yeah, I've been sick again. Dude, I'm like, I get it now. I just want to like apologize for all the shit I talked on on Jordan Peterson and Mikhail Peterson for like carnivore. Because like going through an autoimmune disorder, like I get it now. I'm like done eating shit that may or may not trigger me. Like I'm just done. I'm like, yep, nope, I'm eating fucking non-sweet fruit and fucking fruit and yogurt and meat, and that's it. And eggs, but I mean, like, I consider that meat. You thought I was going for the birth control glasses? Dude, I don't care. I'm not trying to get pussy. Like, I wear these glasses because I have a big ass prescription, and these are transitions, and they're comfortable, and I can see well in them. Like, I don't fuck with fucking like being like, oh, let me get some designer glasses that are harder to see out of and uncomfortable in my face. I have to wear them all day, every day. What led me to believe MrBeast is a psycho? Listen, I'm not diagnosing MrBeast, but all of his behavior and every time I ever see him, I get huge red flags that he has antisocial personality disorder. Every interview, everything. He's not autistic. I think he has ASPD. He has the eyes for sure, especially with his thumbnails where he leans into it and he has like the eyes and the mouth. And it's like, you know, big grin, dead eyes. Like there's just a lot of shit. Yeah, I feel that, Blight Blazer, but when I eat something that I shouldn't eat or something that like triggers my disorder, like I'm out for like 3 days. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like I feel you, but also, yeah, I'm pretty much done unless it's something. Can you be a high functioning benign psycho? Yeah, MrBeast. Listen, psychopaths have a hard time maintaining friendships and relationships, which means that they can have difficulty in success in business or in traditional workplace environments, right? And so because of that, you're not going to see a lot of psychopaths that are CEOs or anything like that. But if they want to function and they don't have like serial killer tendencies or like anger problems, right? Then they will. But especially somebody like MrBeast, whose business model, all the people around him are there because of his clout. And like, he believes that. So he's just playing the game. Meanwhile, he's not benign. He's literally a force for good in this world. Like, I think he's a genuine psychopath. I think that it would be very bad to be friends with MrBeast. But like dudes out here building wells and healing the blind with ad revenue. And people are like, yeah, but he had that tranny groomer friend. Yeah, and as soon as people were like, hey, that's fucked up, he was like, who? I'm deleting all their fucking videos. I'm getting rid of them. Fuck them. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he doesn't care. Lefty's BTFO'd by MrBeast. Yeah, I mean, like, Lefty's literally... Like, MrBeast proves that you can make money without... like, just selling entertainment and go heal people. Psychopaths don't always have murderous tendencies. So, like, I'm using psycho loosely, right? Like, I just mean, like, ASPD, right? Like, obviously, sociopathy, psychopathy are kind of all categories of ASPD. Well, no, you're reminding me to be more careful with my language, right? So, over time, the DSM has kind of, like, gone away from, like, those specific, like, diagnoses and just stuck with, like, cluster B and then maybe, like, more like this part of cluster B. But he just comes off like a fucking psycho to me. Yeah, it's like, how many free cars have you given out, huh? Huh? I would say that psychopath and sociopath are are misused, but also I would say that they don't really have a good definition because the clinical definition of them has changed so much over time. And so the confusion within psychology and psychotherapy did not help the fact that like people will just call crazy people psychos. You know what I mean? YouTube is a playground for people with cluster B disorders. Yeah, I mean, so I was raised by a malignant narcissist. And my mother, you know, when she was with him, was borderline personality disorder. Right? So like I definitely have traits, but like I know enough about it to know that I'm not like a narcissist. But I definitely have like tendencies that I picked up from being raised by people with cluster B as an only child. Like you're going to pick up some of that shit. And so it's probably part of the reason why probably part of the reason. No. I know it's not aimed at me. I'm just being open right now. It's cool. This is what I do. I'm always vulnerable. It helps keep me honest. Because if I tell you guys more about myself, then you guys can tell me when I'm fucking up. Right? Because it's a big fear of mine. It's a really big fear of mine that like I'll start gaining opportunities as a streamer, and then I'll start tailoring my content towards those opportunities as opposed towards my principles. So I kind of like nip that in the bud before it happens by just being like honest about my opinions to the best of my ability now and trying to cultivate an audience of people that keep me honest. It's why I don't like ban people from chat unless they're like really spamming or attacking the channel or just like over the fucking top. Like if you come in here and you tell me I'm an idiot and then you start arguing with people in chat, you're here to stay, buddy. Tailored content towards audience isn't necessarily bad. So there's two things here. You've shifted what I said. I didn't say tailored towards my audience. I said tailored towards opportunities, right? So it's a little different to be tailoring your content towards your audience as opposed to tailoring your content so you get invited back on Tim Pool, or you get invited to go on Piers Morgan, or you get invited to go on programs because you fit the mold of the person that they want, as opposed to being true to your principles. And secondly, I think tailoring your content towards your audience is good and you should do it from the entertainment perspective. But if you're doing it as a political philosopher or a pundit and you're just trying to feed off of whatever it is your audience wants, there's a lot of problems with that. Like there are ethical problems, right? Because you're lying or hamming it up. But even just setting aside the ethical problems, it's not healthy to constantly act, right? It becomes more of a chore. It's less fun. People start to see your inauthenticity, and so you end up cultivating an audience of people that are there because you're currently saying the things that they like you to say. And the moment you start saying something that goes out of it, you are completely captured by your audience. And so you have to constantly feed your audience in order to pay your own bills. So like, yeah, there's a lot of problems with tailoring your content. But if I find that my audience likes one types of reaction videos over another, or you know what I mean, or wants me to dress up in a silly outfit and is willing to pay for it, yeah, I'm also an entertainer. Feed me. That's Little Shop of Horrors is a great movie. I fucking love. I was always a big fan of. Oh my god, now I can't think of his fucking name. He did The Jerk. He was in that movie. He's in a billion other movies. The newer ones with Queen Latifah suck. The white guy that is the precursor to Jim Carrey. Why, Steve Martin, thank you. I always liked old Steve Martin films. The Jerk is 10 times better. But Little Shop of Horrors, when he's the dentist, is fun. But The Jerk is still a fucking... The Jerk still holds up. Which is fucking insane. Like, watch any old comedy movie. Go watch Blazing Saddles, right? you're gonna be watching Blazing Saddles, you're gonna get bored as fuck. Cause like it doesn't hold up. It's an old style of comedy. The Jerk still has hilarious moments. That fucking scene when he's rich by the pool and he's walking with like all these gangsters and they're like telling him all the ways they're making money and how they're gonna drive all the black people out of the neighborhood. Except they're not saying black people, they're saying the N-word. And they don't know that he was quote unquote raised a poor black child. And he just goes off on him and goes, "Oh, have you? No, you're speaking to an N-word." And then fucking fights them and beats the shit out of the dudes. That's still fucking hilarious. No matter how many times I see it, no matter how old the movie gets. Robin Hood Men in Tights is it's good. It's a banger too. Dude, the Naked Gun movie's another movie that is like, Scott, did you like Ozzy? I mean, as a person, no. As a rocker and that whole personality and kayfabe and fucking reality TV and shit, no. But I mean, he invented metal. Like, that's the father of metal. Like, how could I not have respect for that? Scott loves his daddy. TV versions of movie. Dude, yeah, you can't. I'm just saying, hold on. We gotta pay a quick tribute. I'll cut it out later, but I'm just saying, very quick. I'm not gonna play the whole song, but fucking some dude chops off his fucking fingers in a factory accident. Okay, absolutely, I'm a little upset about it. Thanks for bringing it up, assholes. Let's go back to happy EDM. All right? Yeah, I'm upset about Ozzy. I hated his fucking TV shows and all that shit he was doing later in life. I don't give a fuck about the... Let's go back to crappy AI-generated music playlists. Let's go back to not getting my YouTube channel taken down because of copyright laws. How about that? Speaking of that, hold on. I got something for you. Since we're on music anyways. View the original. Spotify has an AI music problem, but bots love it. From Wired.com. I never saw this article. It's like a year ago, but it totally makes sense. Fake listeners are flocking to AI-made songs on streaming platforms, taking much-needed money away from human artists. Your response to Ozzy's death?
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
Dude, what the fuck? That's your response to Ozzy Osbourne dying. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. I'm not going to read into this whole article. Too long, didn't read. It's something that we all know. We all understand, which is that every single platform is full of bots, including YouTube, right? Including Twitch. All these places are full of fucking bots. The companies do the bare minimum effort they can to get rid of the bots, because every bot that listens to a song or listens to, watches a YouTube video or watches a Twitch stream is more ad revenue because they're selling how many views and how many listens and how many, watch time duration. That's what they sell to advertisers, which is dumb as fuck, because there are like, you should just do like the success of your metrics. But the problem is that's harder to study. And so everybody is doing it. And it's not only is it taking quote unquote money away from human artists. I don't give a fuck if an AI song does well. I don't give a fuck. If you make it and it sounds good, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if AI music is a big portion of music that people are listening to because they want some corporate safe shit to play in the elevator or in the background to stream, right? But the problem is like look at my YouTube channel, right? Now, I've been sick. The numbers are a little lower than they usually are. It is what it is. Shit happens. But also 80% of you guys don't click the notification bell on because libertarians are literally the worst audience you could possibly ever have on online presence. You send them links and then they're like, why'd you send me this link when it's got a fucking coding in it that'll track my information? You need to clean up your links. I'm not clicking your fucking link. Like, they do shit like that. They won't cut notifications on. They won't they're always using ad blockers. You guys are the worst. But I love you nevertheless. But you are the worst audience. It's just objectively true. All right. But setting that aside, the larger you get as a content creator, the larger percentage of your views are bots, even if you're not buying bots. Because bots watch a bunch of content so that when they bot the things that they're paid to bot, they appear like any other viewer. So like even if your favorite YouTuber that has 100,000 subscribers, like 20,000 of those subscribers are fake. They're all bots. But if you have a favorite YouTuber with 5,000 subscribers, it's probably only 100. Because the bots watch whatever pops up in the algorithm or whatever is popular. They don't go and try and find out little stuff. So the thing you have to understand is that one of the things the bots do is it widens the gap between small content creators and large content creators. And because the bots are considered ad revenue and they're giving out money based off of bots as well, the large content creators get a even larger amount of money because they get botted, and the smaller content creators have an even harder time breaking into the algorithm because they're not being botted. So it also widens the disparity between big and small creators. Slugma, question about Hoppy and Covenant community. Could there be higher orders of covenants? Similar to how there are counties than states in the U.S.? If so, then what do you think the role of such order be? I mean, there's nothing in who's creating the bots. China, literally, it's just China. They're all over the place in fucking China. It's China just bots the fuck out of things. It's also where all of your DDoSing comes from. Oh, my new game that's a competitor, a live service competitor launched today, and they're under a DDoS attack. Oh, well, every other company and every other fanboy of the games that they're competitors with will just scream and cry that they didn't have enough servers and that their Cloudflare, they didn't pay enough money to Cloudflare or some shit, and this is actually their fault and they suck. Meanwhile, fucking Blizzard and all these other companies are just like, let me hire a Chinese company to break your game on launch day so that way you have a bad launch. It happens all the fucking time, and they pay the Chinese to do it. But as for your question about covenant communities, I don't see anything in libertarianism that would make that illegal or against natural law, but it would have to be a large territory. Everyone would have to agree to it. So either the entire community would have to agree to be a part of this larger, this larger kind of governmental-esque structure, or it would have had to have split off, after its founding. So, but yeah, I don't, as for what role that would be, who fucking knows? I'm going to say something controversial. Admiral Gibbs is botting. No, I don't see any evidence of him botting. Because, I mean, he gets like 30, 40 viewers. Like that, he averages like 30, 40 viewers, and he has a chat that's maybe a little less active than our chat. So, like, yeah, but I mean, I have an overactive chat, right? And like, even still, his chat's more active than mine when it's hopping. Well, no, his chat is super active when he's stream sharing. But that's the thing, is that Twitch has this new thing where you can share your chat and share your numbers with other people. So it makes doing panels and stuff a lot easier, because he'll just share the numbers so the chats are shared. So like if you see him one day and he has like 400 viewers, he's not botting. He's just brought on somebody that has he's just brought on a female that's fairly attractive. Your title smells kind of Marxist. Dude, that's funny. And it's funny because I thought the exact same thing when he sent the thing to me. Was like, I think it's so funny that like I'm probably the only person who's going to be on this panel that even realizes that commodification is a Marxist invention. Like, we just use that word now to mean like privatization. But like, that's not what commodification means at all. I was going to bring it up on the panel, like in my intro, but you know, thanks for taking the wind out of my sails, you fucking asshole. Fucking noticing shit. What does commodification mean? I'm going to pull up the full definition so I don't get it wrong. But it's the precursor to Lukash's reification, right? So it isn't necessarily per se the oh my god. Sorry, I was typing. Because I want to pull up I don't want to get this, like, I don't want to like butcher it. But it's the precursor to George Lukash's reification. So the technical definition, right, would be the process under capitalism where objects, services, or even human labor. I disagree with that a little bit, because I think human labor and relationships is more of a reification thing, but it can be underneath commodification, where objects, services, or even human labor and relationships are transformed into commodities. Items produced for exchange in the market, valued primarily for their exchange value price rather than their use value, practical utility, right? So it is basically saying that there's this evil, like when you use the term commodification, you are already buying into the Marxist theory that private property or things for profit that are bought and sold as goods is in and of itself an evil process, because it's now whether or not something can be marketed to be bought and sold as opposed to its actual utility and function in our daily lives, right? So like sentimental value and all these other things. I mean, it is communist gobbledygook. But I thought it was funny when Gibbs sent over and was like the commodification of water, and I'm like, oh, so we're just straight up using Marxist terms. But exchange value comes from utility value. Computer Carnage, I was asked what my favorite Ayn Rand quote is at the very beginning of stream. You probably weren't here. And I said, there is one Ayn Rand quote that bodies every other Ayn Rand quote, and its contradictions do not exist. You know, obviously there's a continuation, yada, yada, yada. You know, if you find yourself believing in a contradiction, you know, search your premises, you'll find that one of them is false, et cetera, et cetera. But that if you understand just that quote, you understand everything about objectivism and or libertarianism, from the objectivist perspective. Like, you understand the whole philosophy, and you understand why Marxism is evil. You understand why Christianity is evil. You understand why mysticism is evil. You understand why all of these things are evil if you deeply understand that. But what if A doesn't equal A? That's not what he said, okay? Let's quote Destiny directly. He said, what if one A is capitalized and the other is lowercase? And he was like, oh, got you. I was like, that's All right. Cool. That's what Destiny told me when I was just pointing out that he was contradicting himself. How about the commodification of decommodification, such as Burning Man? True. Algebra wasn't Destiny's strong suit? Dude, neither was it mine. I'm gonna be honest with you boys, I'm not a math guy. I didn't, statistics was easy. But like when I did Calc 2, I was like, oh, this is hard. Like, I had to study for Calc 2. I'm not a person like overwhelmingly like in college. Like I was just like, oh, I read the book, I wrote a paper or whatever. But like Calculus 2, I struggled to get an A in that class. I barely got an A, and I worked really hard to get it because I'm not a big math guy. I didn't even know there was a Calculus 4. To be fair, though, once I learned to see calculus for what it was, I was like, oh, this shit makes a lot of sense. Like, being able to predict the trajectory of a graph is kind of important in business and stocks and, allocation of resources, in fucking engineering, obviously, but I was never going to care about that. Watch 3B, 1B Essence of Calculus. That's awesome. This is that type of shit where I'm talking about how I don't want to tailor my content towards other people because it becomes a chore. Is you guys are trying to get me to watch autistic math videos right now. No. I don't care if it makes you happy. It's not going to make me happy. You said Destiny is a math addict? Of course. What do you think of Hoppe's statements that libertarians should be culturally conservative and non-cultural conservative libertarians shouldn't be seen as libertarians? Seen ANCAP's talk against this. I'm very 50-50 on Hoppe's assertion that in order to be a libertarian, you must be conservative and vice versa. From a foundational level, I don't think you have to be culturally conservative to be an anarcho-capitalist. However, I think he is correct to some degree in the sense that in order to be a functional libertarian society, you would have to weed out dysgenic and dysfunctional behavior, which is in many ways a cornerstone of conservatism. You would, right? Like you can't have gay pride parades of leather daddies slinging dick in front of fucking kids trying to walk to school. You can't have that shit and have in a libertarian society and function. You will crumble. Furthermore, you have to believe in hierarchy, which is obviously a right-wing cultural value. There are a lot of things that I think libertarianism tends towards, and so while I think it is possible to be a left-wing cultural libertarian, I don't think it's possible for a society to function if that is the case, number one. And number two, I think it is a very big red flag that you're dealing with someone who's like a libertine person that likes libertarianism because it gets the government involved out of shit they want to do, but isn't necessarily philosophically grounded as a libertarian. You can't have postmodernists and Marxists running all academia either. Of course, right. You can have a few, right? You can have a Habermas sprinkled in here or there. They're really fucking important, right? You wouldn't get Hoppe without Habermas, right? But you can't have just a full-blown commies or full-blown postmodernists because it just goes against the very foundation that establishes libertarianism. They can follow libertarian rules, but you can't have too many of them gain power or they'll just overthrow your system. So I think it's dysfunctional and I think it's a red flag, but I don't think it's necessarily impossible, right? I don't think if the world turned into 1,000 Liechtenstein's anarcho-capitalist communes, right, tomorrow, I don't think it's beyond the pale that there would be a couple of communes, right? Where everybody shares everything, right? And that would be a functional society because it's selecting for people that work within that structure. But you don't want a bunch of fucking agorist commies in your fucking little city state that is, hyper capitalistic. I would call myself a non-conservative libertarian. I would say that I straddle the fence. I have always used distributists definition because I think it is the best. I'm pulling it up right now so I can. So, like, he did a really, really great video, right, of trying to, like, define conservatism. Here's a link to the video. Don't watch it now because it's an hour and 13 minutes and I'm streaming. But save it, right? And so his 9 values that, like, he thinks broadly define conservatives is the strong axiom of human teleology, the axiom of virtue, the collective axiom of human teleology, the entropic law of human nature, the entropic law of human institutions, the iron law of oligarchy, prioritizing human uplift over human comfort, favor investment-orientated accountability systems, and pursue order-based politics. And I straddle the line on a lot of these and am represented by a lot of these. I associate conservatives with control. I think they can easily be bad libertarianism because of this religious repression. I mean, but that's just like a bad. That's a terrible definition of conservative, though. Right? Like you're looking at like conservative politicians and people in power that are conservative, that aren't even really that conservative, that are socialist, like right-leaning Republicans. You know what I mean? Like if your definition of conservative is like predominantly based upon the desire for control and power, then like every communist dictatorship was conservative. You know what I mean? Like it's like it doesn't, like I don't disagree with you that that's bad and that those people are bad. I just disagree that that's a helpful way of viewing conservatism. Silver Ogre, that's true, right? Yeah, of everybody. Would I recommend living in West Virginia? Depends on what you do for a living. Like, I think the biggest problem with living in West Virginia is finding a job in West Virginia. Hey, Rudy, welcome. Thank you. I mean, this is as good a time as any to shill for the channel, boys. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. 28 viewers right now. We were up to 32 just a second ago. There's only 15 likes on the stream. I answer super chats. I can't be guaranteed to answer every everybody in chat, especially once I start getting to some reactions and stuff like that, because we still got like another hour and a half before the panel starts. And so yeah. And memberships, of course, they're only $3.99. You can gift people memberships. Thank you so much, Rudy. They're only $4 a pop. You get some little emotes and a little badge. It's fun stuff. And I appreciate you guys. And of course, if you want the go live, especially because I do get sick a lot and sometimes I miss streams, I'm working on it. I'm trying to be healthier. I'm basically just giving up on ever enjoying food again, so I can be better about what I eat. So like my disease doesn't catch up to me too much. But if you want to be sure when the stream is going to go live, join the Discord, because I always add everyone in the channel for self-promotion, and then I add everyone when the stream starts. And I usually add everyone like when the panel starts or the debate or whatever. So definitely join the Discord, and you can follow me on Twitter too if you want to watch me be toxic or some shit. Oh, I found this video. I wanted to show this to you guys. It's not particularly. Any update from Stitch and Adam? Yeah, I got left on red. Or not red, sent. Sorry, my bad.
Like, that shit doesn't really work unless you have a lot of clout. Like, 90% of the people that I reach out to, actually, it's probably closer to like 95 to 98% of people that I reach out to interviews for, they just ignore me. Either they don't read it, or they just like see that it came from me and they're like, meh. You know, they just don't, they don't care because I don't have clout. Like, I DM'd him because by suggestion. I also DM'd Zero Fucks, and he got back to me and he was just like, "Oh, I don't know." So, yeah, I mean, like, I have a hard time. I can get interviews with people that aren't super famous yet, or do a lot of interviews and they're just kind of whatever, because I do amazing interviews. Without a doubt, I would say like I'm S tier when it comes to conducting interviews. As a debater, I'm okay. As a philosopher, I'm slightly less than okay. As an entertainer, I'm even slightly less than that. But in terms of doing interviews, I do great interviews. That's not my ego talking. Like, I just know I do. But getting those interviews is incredibly difficult, and getting onto shows is incredibly difficult. One of the things that most people don't understand is that the way that you get on big programs and big interviews is that you have a manager that controls what kind of content you do via them willing to work for you, right? So, you have overwhelmingly these people do not get on shows because they like reached out and DM'd them. They get on shows because their manager, who represents a bunch of other people, reached out to their manager that does their booking, and then that's how they got on the show, right? Like a great example. How did Connor, after I utterly obliterated him to such a degree that I changed dozens of people's worldview on the concept of physiogamy because they looked at me and thought I was going to be a soy boy, right? And they looked at him and thought he was going to be based, and they all hated him on Tim Pool. How did he get back on Tim Pool and I'm ignored? It's not because like Tim Pool is a piece of shit that hates me or something, right? Tim Pool doesn't even do his booking. He goes through Lisa and like a couple other people. And like they schedule shit and they work with other schedulers. Well, I don't know how Connor got back on, but I know this, which is that Connor has a media firm in DC that represents him. He's part of like Valorant Media Group, right? He moved on from, taking Progressive Victory money and moved on to like some other left-wing organization that's trying to pretend like these centrist, never-Trumper, right-wing badasses are going to bring men, to more sensible politics and away from the MAGA and the fascists, etc. And, it's goofy, but they have money behind them. So they have employees, and then those managers and things like that talk to those people. What does it take to get a manager like that? Either I need to get a lot of clout magically, or I need to stop being a libertarian. Libertarians don't have as much of that. And so what they have is they have an in-group kind of thing. And so long as you don't challenge the big people too much, then they'll let you kind of do your own thing. But if you Cato is not a manager, it's a research institute, and it's also not libertarian. It's like prags. It's like conservatives that suck corporate dick. There are libertarian institutions and things like that do media. I mean, there's the Mises Institute. But if you piss off a lot of people, like I have, right? Like if you're like, for me, for example, I'm blocked by Angela McArdle. I'm blocked by Michael Heiss. I'm blocked by Clint Russell, even though I've been on his program and he's been on mine. I'm blocked by Yaron Brook is another one. I'm blocked by the Libertarian Party, as well as the Mises Libertarian Party, as well as I don't think I'm blocked by the Mises Institute yet. Right, so I'm blocked by basically everybody except for Dave Smith with any power in the podcasting universe of libertarian spaces. so much purity infighting in the liberty movement. It's not a purity infighting. It's just if you're a threat, if you're somebody that presents good arguments, and also challenges them, then they just block you. It's just gatekeeping. It's not really like purity infighting. Give Dave some time. I'm sure you'll get that block too. Listen, I have a lot of problems with Dave Smith. Okay, I have a ton of problems with Dave Smith. The one problem I don't have is that he's not a pussy and he's not a cuck. Okay, he has actively been in Twitter spats with me multiple times, where I've called him out and said that his telling of history of Israel is bullshit, or that his explanation of his border policies are bullshit. I have attacked him. He has quote tweeted me, and we've gone back and forth. And he has, and as much as he's been like, not presented good arguments and just made fun of me, I never got the block. I never got the block because he actually isn't that kind of that kind of homo. So that's one level of respect I'll give for him. Not all of the Tower Gang people blocked me. Why? Because I fucking called them out on a debate. And then once they realized that they would lose a fucking debate against me, they blocked me so that they wouldn't have to do the debate that they already agreed to. Right? Like most of these libertarian people are pussies. But I will give Dave Smith specifically, I tip my hat to him. He's not like that. As much as he can be wrong about some shit, he's not one of those people. If by his history of history, you mean Scott Horton's, yeah, LOL, exactly. There's like 5 people talking in Gibbs' chat with 40 viewers, and his chat list, 90% of the users followed the same day. I'm sorry he's botting. Dude, did you go to Gibbs' chat just to try and prove that he's botting? He has 40 viewers, dude. Like, that's not an insane amount of viewers. Genuinely. The standard is like 20% of people in a Twitch chat will comment in your stream, and like 5% of them are active chatters. So like if you go and look at any given moment, you're only going to see like 6% of the people that are viewers actually chatting in that moment. Maybe 10%. Libertarians are different. You guys are terrible about fucking clicking links. You're terrible about sharing your data. You guys are usually pretty bad when it comes to donations. You guys are pretty bad when it comes to, like showing up to streams. And I'm not saying you're bad people for that. I'm just saying that's how you guys choose to navigate the world. But the one thing libertarians are incredibly good at is being active chatters. People that watch libertarians, and paleo libs included, Nico Pluto, right? Like, they chat a lot. They argue a lot. If you go to any other political pundits thing, you're not going to see that same level. Now, could they be getting bots? Yes. Also, Twitch has like 3 or 4 bots in every channel just checking to see if you're taking IP stuff. So like Comcast or like Verizon, right? Verizon owns the rights to like a bunch of media. So Verizon will put a bot in your chat to see if you're watching something that they own. So some of the views on that isn't even like somebody's botting. Like, it's just how it is. It's because you selfish people are greedy as fuck. Sorry, keep being selfish rationally. Hey man, I have no problem with the selfishness. You should selfishly donate to me so that I show up on stream more. I'm good at giving donos, little bro. What the fuck is NOK? What currency is that? I can see that it's worth about $10, and I appreciate you. I don't care. Like, thank you so much. But what the fuck is that like? Don't tell me in chat. I'm looking it up. Oh, Norwegian krones. Krones. Okay. Appreciate that, brother. Crowns, crones, whatever. I'm only here because I respect Fabian. He is fair. That's the way it is. I appreciate the donos. I'm not trying to like shame you guys into donating, right? What I'm saying is just in general, you guys don't donate as much as like lefties do that are using mommy's credit card. You guys are like, no, I'm responsible with my fucking money. Like if you do something really good, I might give you $5. Whereas like a lot of lefties will be like, oh, I got paid today. I got to give to my favorite socialist streamer. He needs it. Call it fiscal motivation. Yeah, it is fiscal motivation. But you know what I mean? So it's just like, but you guys are really good about being active chatters. I've noticed that, and maybe it's just, maybe I'm the only one on these platforms not botting. Maybe that's what it is. I'd buy your merch if you had any. Link in bio, literally. I mean, I don't have a ton because nobody buys it. But like, if you really want some, I have the Pfizer Penitentiary Fauci mug. It links to a suspended account when you click it for some reason. I gotta fix that. I just have like some logo mugs and T-shirts. I had more merch on there at one point. But nobody bought it, so it's just like constantly refreshing it wasn't really helping me that much. But I like my mugs, coffee mugs. That's about the only thing I would say I would actually buy if I was a viewer. Am I going to that debate con in November? I gotta talk to Grid again. I might go because since it's in Tennessee and it's not that far away. Depending on what I have going on with family and stuff, because it is the holidays and I have kids. I didn't see the logo tees. Not that I can get one currently. Dude, do not spend money you don't have on me. Which is another reason why I get less donos, because I don't beg for donations from people that don't have the money. But nevertheless, I need to go to Porkfest. Dude, I just don't know that I want to see a bunch of dudes fucking... Like, genuinely, I would rather go to Skankfest than Porkfest. Because, like, at least at Skankfest, I can, like, bump into Dave Smith and a couple other libertarians and have a good time and enjoy some comedy. Why the fuck would I... Like, Porkfest is, like... I mean, I guess for networking. I just don't want to see dudes be naked and weird doing, like... and there's people there that don't like me. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. Scott, seriously, have a dono or member bar on stream with goals or something if you want to make more money. I probably should. I just know that I hate that shit. Which is why I went with the happy medium and had it pop up in chat. For the longest time, I resisted the urge to have it pop up in chat like, hey, donate here, follow me here, etc. I just don't, I hate when I go to another streamer's thing and it's like there's all this clutter on the screen because they have like, they're begging for money at the bottom of the screen right here, like, please give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. It's like popping up and moving and shit. It's like it's already enough when someone donates. I mean, maybe I should do it, but like personally, I'm just not a big fan of that. I think you're truly underappreciated, man. A true legend. Only say that about a couple people on poll. You, Rob Noor, and Ranger. Yeah, dude, Jeb. I had forgotten how good Jeb Tan was when I did that last. If you haven't checked it out, my last stream where I was on Admiral Gibbs, where you go to Admiral Gibbs as well, or I guess Rob Noor's stream. I'm assuming we were all streaming it, or Grid's maybe. I don't know if Grid was streaming or not. But Jeb Tan. I had forgotten how based he was because he doesn't really make content. He just shows up on stuff every now and then. And dude, I was loving his takes. Porkfest, I mean, lefty hippie hedonist pretending to be libertarian fest is neat, I guess. Like, there's good network opportunities there, but I don't like half the people there. Like I said, I'd much rather go to Skankfest if it was somewhere on like the East Coast, and like just watch some comedy and watch some people be degenerate that way. At least then it'll be funny, and like there are some cool people that I would like to meet there if I had an opportunity. Oh, speaking of meeting people randomly, fucking we sat. Mark and I went to go to Bovine, which is like a burger restaurant, like a good burger restaurant where I could get a lettuce wrap and like build my own burger with like good quality ingredients, so I wouldn't get sick. It's like one of the few places I can go. And Ben Abbott sat next to us. The guy, you probably know him from Forged in Fire, the small guy that was a contestant, and then so I'm eating so he's sitting next to us with his family. So obviously I'm like, oh, when he leaves, I'll say something, right? Because I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan just because it's just fun to watch people make knives and make swords and blacksmithing, but also just like he supports a lot of veterans groups. He's just a good guy. I haven't seen anything bad from him ever. And he doesn't like talk about politics or anything because he's just concerned about like making cool art and like making cool knives and, you know, getting people to create again. All things that I like. And so I go to bite into this lettuce wrap wrapped in paper, and of course it immediately pours right out of the corner all of the juices with the first bite and just soaks my shirt. And I'm wearing like this shirt, or I have a couple of them. I'm wearing like this, and then like light gray sweatpants and flip-flops, and I'm just covered in burger juices and like mayo juices and beef fat, and I'm like, this isn't gonna stop me. So when we go to leave, I was just like, I had to say something. I was genuinely embarrassed because I was like, no, I'm saying something. I don't care that I look exactly like the type of person. It's like, I fucking love Forged in Fire. Like just a tall, fat, bearded, sweatpants wearing, covered in burger juices guy. I didn't give any fucks whatsoever. I still was like, hey man, just want to say I'm a big fan. I know you're like here with your family and stuff. And then like I waved to his kid. And was just like, I just want to say you've inspired a lot of people to like create and a lot of young men to do things, and I just appreciate you. Goodbye. And he was like, oh man, thank you, and stood up and shook my hand and like dipped out. But I looked as bad as you could possibly look. I was sick. I didn't feel good. I didn't shower before I went this. I just like went out with greasy hair. No, the kid was like, yeah, the kid was awesome. But yeah, I did bump it in. It might be cool to have a convo between you and Donald McKenzie. He's a polycentrist ANCAP. He's somewhat prominent on TikTok, though less so on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, like, you can always DM me in the Discord if there's somebody that information you want me to reach out to. But like I said, like 90% of the time I reach out and it goes nowhere. The burger was an op, bro. It was. What kind of burger? It was just a burger with avocado. I did a build your own because I'm allergic to half the shit there is. So it was like burger, bacon, which I hadn't had bacon in a long time because I don't normally eat pork, but there wasn't a lot of options, and I was like, fuck it. So it was just literally just burger, bacon, what was that, maybe like Gruyere cheese, a little bit of mayo, pickles, and avocado. Random, but Malay seems to be doing pretty well. It's not random, dude. Malay is fucking crushing it. He is, like, according to UNICEF report, 2.4 million children have escaped poverty since Javier Milei took office. Like, he is fucking crushing it. He's gotten inflation down to like manageable levels. Dude, they're so mad, and they're like, yeah, well, it's because Peronism was so bad at implementing socialism that even neoliberalism seems to be a slight improvement, but libertarianism would never work. It's only because, because Peronism was actually like bad. It's like, no, dude, he is fucking crushing it. Avocado, goat cheese, and green apple is a fucking banger combination for a burger or a burger bowl. Yeah, he went down from like he's at like 1.5% month over month inflation. Right? Like he's gotten inflation down to, if it continued at the current rate, it would be 15% per, it would be, well, hold on. It'd be 18% per year. He's gotten it down to 18% per year. It's going to be 30% by the end of the year, right? And before, it was like over 250% at its peak under Peronism. But if it was to continue at exactly, if inflation stayed exactly what it is now, it would be like 18% per year inflation, which is still bad, okay? But like, if it continues in the trend it's continuing, it's going to be huge. Wonder if he'll win re-election? Dude, libertarianism amongst Gen Z has a 70% approval rate in Argentina right now. 70% of Gen Z approve of libertarianism by name in Argentina. That is an insane number compared to anywhere else in the world. It's not that crazy that he's doing so well. It's because, like, so look at, for example, Donald Trump had a 55% approval rating by Gen Z when he took office. He now has a 28% approval rating. The burger was a mouthful, like praxeology. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. He had a 55% approval rating when he took office. He has a 28% approval rating now. It's like, okay, well, how do you lose almost 30% approval rating amongst Gen Z? And Democrats are pushing this poll out. It's a CBS poll. They're pushing this poll out to be like, look, see? And what they don't realize is that Gen Z didn't become left-wing. Gen Z realized Trump's not based. They like Gen Z has like a lot of fascist leanings and a lot of libertarian leanings. And like, he didn't release the Epstein files. And he's not doing any of the deportations that he said he was going to do. Or I mean, he is, but he isn't, right? Like he's like gone back on a lot of things. And he's cucking out to Israel a bunch whilst pretending to be a strong man. And like, they don't want, like, I watched a Gen Z meme compilation. I watch a lot of meme compilations, Mark and I do. Because I feel like it's the easiest way to try and understand this generation coming up. Is like, what do you find funny? What do you find entertaining? And it's hard for me to like watch like a content creator and watch like 30 minutes or an hour of their content. I can't sit through it, but I can sit through a lot of like meme compilations to try and like, because like, even if it's like super cringe to me, it moves on to the next one. And dude, basically every single solitary meme compilation now is like, we hate the Jews, and is also like, is like, I've seen like Bitcoin random things pop up where they talk about fiat currency and the way banks control currency and how inflation is a tax on poor people. And I'm like, where like Gen Z is starting to wake up now. They're being led astray by like certain things, right? For sure. But like, and there's a lot of like, just a ton of like, I'm a ton of memes of like GTA 6 is 98% loaded, but I see a mushroom cloud in the distance, or like, and then like some random thing, or a surprising and terrifying amount of Ryan Gosling. Don't understand that. If someone from Gen Z can explain to me why Gen Z loves Ryan Gosling with like music edits so much, please let me know, because I don't get it. But setting that aside, a lot of anti-war sentiment. A lot of I'm not dying for fucking Israel, or I'm not dying for America's interests. Like, I'm not dying again for oil, whatever it might be. Like, there's a lot of it that they get it, that they just get. It's because Ryan Gosling is hot as fuck. Yeah, but they can't be that fucking gay, can they? It's also like the third or fourth biggest language. What is? Oh, I missed something. We don't know why they do things, man. Oh, they are? I mean, maybe Gen Z just is that gay, but You're fair enough, Ceres. Gonna go vacation right now. I saw this and I thought you guys would enjoy it because I want to see who gets it. I just want to see. Don't spoil it. Wait till it's over. I want to see if anybody in chat gets it. This video is about boyfriends.
Hi, my last boyfriend beat me. It was really bad for me there.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
And I heard you're a great boyfriend, the best boyfriend, so I came here to be with you.
Okay, I'll take care of you. You're safe with me.
You suck.
What?
I hate you. I wish you were more like my last boyfriend.
But you left your last boyfriend whom you hated to come be with me because I'm better for you.
Right, so my last boyfriend, he used to do this it's like half open palm type of slap kind of thing on me, and I want you to do that. Hold on.
I know I'm basically stealing the content here because I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to see who gets it.
On me, and I want you to do that. Hold on, you want me to be like your last boyfriend? Yes, it's my goal to turn you into my last boyfriend. The one who caused you so much pain that it led you to leave him to be with me? Yes. You came to me because I'm different and better than your old boyfriend, but you want to turn me into your old boyfriend? Precisely.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't you just go back to him?
That's racist.
What? Look, what's so hard to understand? I left my last boyfriend who wasn't good for me to come here to be with you, who is good for me, and I want you, who is good for me, to be more like my last boyfriend who was bad for me. What's so hard to understand? All of that. Literally all of that. That entire sentence. All your logic starting from the top, your philosophy on life, and how you managed to dodge natural selection this long. This video is about boyfriends.
This is genius. I did not get it until he said, that's racist. And I was like, oh, this video is about boyfriends. Does anybody, I'm just curious, did anybody in chat get it on the first listen? What's your theory, boys? Come on, theories in chat. I need theories in chat to see if any, this is an IQ test for my audience right now. A lot of you are very slowly failing this IQ test. Nobody gets it? Come on. I know there's a 2-second delay, but you've had plenty of time to get it. All right, so this video is about boyfriends, or this entire video is about immigrants. It's immigration. It's about immigration because he's like, so he's saying like, oh, you know, oh, I want to turn you into my last boyfriend that beat me. I hate you. Why can't you be like my last boyfriend that beat me? And then he was like, why don't you just go back to your last boyfriend? He goes, that's racist. Because it's the same thing as saying like, why don't you go back to where you came from? Yeah, because it's like, and he goes, huh? You're like, because that one little bit doesn't make sense at all, but the rest of it is absolutely the logic of people that hate socialism come to this country to flee their socialist states, and then are like, we need more socialism. So the last country that you came from that fucked you over and gave you all of this socialism and was horrible to you, you came here because we don't have that, and then you want to change us into that. And he's doing it through our shared misogyny. It's perfect. It's the perfect male content. All right. It is 100% for the boys. Okay. Because it's helping us have a better understanding of how dumb certain immigrants are, right? Our racism, if you will, through our misogyny. And I fucking love it. And it's peak comedy. It's genius. Sounds like people who leave California also applies to people who leave California, then come to Texas, and then are like, we need more socialism here. It's like, dude, why did you leave California? Oh, well, the taxes were too high. What is going on with my lighting? I'm like creating weird shadows. Is it because it's still light outside? Baseball hunk. Okay, look, I'm not playing all of Al's clips, all right? What racism? Fucking hilarious. All right. Since we're on the dude bro shit, I want to watch some I have no idea what to expect from this video.
Some of the
but It popped up in my algorithm. So I have no idea who Echo Chamberlain is. But I want to react to this while we're still in the, before we get to the panel. Seems like a fun thing to talk about. Waving the communist flag from Cuba to leave there to go to the U.S. and push for more communist socialism. It's the dumbest crap ever. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think protesting against ICE's mass deportations is valid. Like, the deportations are fucking stupid. They're targeting everybody. They're not good for anyone, really. It's the coward's way out. Mass deportations is the coward's way out, because you don't want to fix our broken immigration system, and you don't want to do something that is, you know, more helpful as we transition to a better place where we won't have borders at all, other than private ones. But that being said, so showing up to protests is valid, right? Like, arresting Abuelo has been here for 11 years. Because, you know, for whatever reason, to go send her off to fucking some shithole country is fucked up. It's a violation of her rights as far as I'm concerned. So I find the protest itself valid. Now, if you're part of like some violent protester, you're just being an idiot, right? Like, you're not helping anybody. So let's talk about the flags. If your stance is that waving the flag means that you believe in the country, the nation state, and all of the things that flag potentially represents, that is your position. I just want you to be consistent about it, because if you're consistent about it, then we have to talk about Confederate flags existing, right? Because like if you're genuinely angry at someone waving a Mexican or a Puerto Rican or a Cuban or a Venezuelan or whatever fucking country their family immigrated from, and having like pride in their heritage and where they're from despite being American, cool. Let's talk about the Confederate flag. Like, because I don't think you can hold this concept of like one is bad and the other isn't bad, right? Because if you're holding the concept that the Confederate flag isn't bad because it's not representative of like the fight for slavery or racism, but it's instead representative of the rebel spirit against the Northern War of aggression and the fact that they were taxing the fuck out of the North, and it's really more about the culture and the heritage of where you come from, and significant of the fact that you are Southern, and with that Southern pride comes certain cultural beliefs and practices that you believe are good and you should be proud of, then you should apply that logic just as much to anyone that is flying another country's flag, that is immigrated here, that is proud of their Latino culture, that is proud of where they came from and the specific heritage and the religious traditions. And although they are a part of America, they also represent a culture or a subgroup that is different from just the land that they hail from in America, and they want to represent that and showcase that to other people. But you can't simultaneously believe both of those two things. Maybe there's a way to figure it out. I haven't figured it out. As far as I can tell, you can't simultaneously be like, oh, actually the Confederate flag represents this and it's all good. But how dare you be flying that Cuban flag, right? Like maybe they believe in fucking Oguma and like, you know what I mean? They're ready to fucking strike iron in the factories and they worship some fucking thing. And they're, you know, they believe in machismo and Marianismo and Latino culture. And they're proud of all of those aspects, but they don't necessarily support the state of Cuba. Confederate flag defends low IQ culture. I mean, it's either everything that flag represents, or you understand that it is subjective to the person, and like that symbolic representation, while it has an overall cultural context, it has a context for those that are within the culture, and even more so for the individual. I'm for mass deportations if there's a lot of bad immigrants that choose to bring their criminal background to aggress upon people's rights. I mean, if they've committed a property rights violation, like, yeah, whatever, get rid of them. Machismo isn't part of their culture. That's just how Mexicans are. Then wouldn't it be part of their culture if that's how they are? The fuck are you talking about? What? That's what makes it part of their culture, if that's how they are. How do you respond to people that say slaves built America? Slaves built literally everything until the 19th century. Shut up. Name something that is older than the 19th century that wasn't built by slaves. I'm sure there are things out there that are built that way, but if it's something off the top of your head, it was probably built by slaves. If it's a huge monument somewhere or some big thing. The pyramids. Why are you guys saying the pyramids? Oh, fuck. I'm looking up whether or not. Okay, all right. The Sistine Chapel was not built with slaves. But that's because it was in Vatican City, though. You know what I mean? Like, one of the many reasons why you should be proud to be white is because we ended slavery in the world, and we did it quicker than anybody else. All right? The better argument is that slave labor being far less efficient than voluntary labor, terrible argument. That argument is cool to libertarians. Normal people don't give a fuck about the fucking competition of labor markets between slavery and voluntary labor. That is a thing that sounds really cool to libertarians, and nobody else cares. Normies do not care. I think you're wrong that most stuff was built by slaves. In fact, very little was, in the grand scheme of things. Mentis Wave had a good video on it. So you're saying, when you say most things, I said most stuff before the 19th century. So that would be the 1700s or before. And also I said, I'm sure there's plenty of things that weren't built by slaves, but I'm talking about big things. So when you think of like grand monuments, like wonders of the world and shit like that is what I'm talking about. So whites ended slavery in white countries, not in Africa or Asia and Middle East? No, whites ended slavery in Africa. The British Empire ended slavery in Africa. Asians, we did not end slavery in Asia, and we did end slavery in many portions of the Middle East as well. So no, we ended slavery in Africa and in the Middle East. We did not end slavery in Asia. Other Asians ended slavery in Asia. All right, but I want to react to this video while we still have time, because I think it's a cool concept. It is, I don't know who this person is, but they popped up in my feed, and it seems really fucking cool. Echo Chamberlain, 13.5-minute movie. Why is so much progressive storytelling morally rotten? So I've probably seen some of this, and I haven't seen a bunch of it. Not the video, I mean, but like whatever he's talking about. So why, let me know in the chat why you guys think that progressive storytelling is morally rotten. So first and foremost, I would say progressive is the wrong word to use here. I don't think there is progressive storytelling. I think what you were talking about is critical theory. Critical theory is the driving force behind progressivism in its current context, right? The progressives have been around for a while before critical theory, but in its current context, when we're talking about activism and social activism and DEI and all this other shit, we're talking about critical theory, right? And so I would say, why is so much of critical theory storytelling morally rotten? And that's because critical theory itself is morally rotten. Is because it is collectivist. It lays blame on collectivists, on collectives, I should say. It is obsessed with power dynamics. It is anti-West, and it is anti-history, and it is anti anything that it deems to be a part of the power dynamic. So it is antagonistic to both aesthetics as well as to mythological storytelling, right? Like left-wing people constantly, up until the 1990s, were still creating good stories because their storytelling still followed, the rules of storytelling. But those rules become barriers and become, means of oppression, right? So, they're constantly attacking tropes. And like, the crone is a trope, or the damsel in distress is a trope, or the hero's journey being, an overarching storytelling trope. They hate all of these things because it creates some power imbalance somehow from like a postmodernist kind of, oh my God, what is the one that I'm thinking? The French postmodernist that was so famous for critiquing the language of French. Like, why can I not think of his fucking name right now? Oh my God, I was gonna say the one that signed on a petition of to lower the age of consent because they like fucking kids, but then I remember that that's all of them. Foucault, thank you. Like it's like this kind of like Foucault concept of language. It's not Derrida, it's Foucault. Though Derrida had similar opinions, Foucault is the one that really like wrote about language and how the confines of language is like a confine on the human thought and mind, right? Which is dumb the moment you realize how English works, but it kind of makes sense a little bit in French, but it's over the top. Yeah, Derrida also signed that. Yeah, like the whole bunch of them signed that. All of the precursors to the left-wing philosophy were all child molesters. Anyways, yeah, so I think that when they see a trope or they see a pattern that is, uplifting to men, Simone de Beauvoir, I mean, now I feel like you're just throwing out French leftists. Like Simone de Beauvoir is not who I was talking about. That's a feminist thought leader. But yeah. Oh, did she sign it? I didn't know that. Weird, and creepy. She was the original teacher fucking their students, I guess. But anyways, so that would be my overarching theme. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Best modern films and shows explore identity. If you're anything like me, you'll have probably noticed a trend of films and streaming shows that are progressive in identity projection, but oddly morally empty. Think.
Yeah, again, I think progressive is the wrong lens to use here, because like progressivism is just a form of praxis for the philosophy. And so if you're framing it as progressive, like you're only seeing the praxis, you're not seeing the philosophy itself. But otherwise, so far he's correct.
Amelia Perez, The Acolyte, Ironheart. These works weirdly center on characters who behave shittily, and yet are showcased.
Yeah, I think the one that I thought was the most famous from like Marvel, right, was like when Captain Marvel, when a guy like told her to smile more, so she beat the shit out of him and stole his clothing and stole his motorcycle. And then like all of the women were like, "Yes, queen, you go. Teach those bad men." And it's like, a dude very mildly catcalls you coming out of a bar, and so you just assault him and steal all his property, and we're supposed to be like, this is the good guy. It's like, no, that's a piece of shit. That's a horrible human. The Boys is the worst. I mean, I think The Boys is meant to be over the top satire in a lot of ways, though. I mean, it is full of it is full of like activism. But it's like, it kind of gets away with it to a certain degree because it's over the top in such a way that they think it's a caricature of the right, and it has become a caricature of the left, right? Like The Boys is actually entertaining because it is hilarious to watch how much of an echo chamber and how psycho these people are in their representation of right-wing thought and beliefs.
Works weirdly center on characters who behave shittily, and yet are showcased and marketed, bafflingly, as heroes.
He's not a...
Yeah, I mean, like the fucking like the fucking. My favorite one was Acolyte when they made the space commie witches the good people. It's like, yo, what?
Line, but he's right.
Well, no. All we ever care about is good storytelling, and we don't like.
I didn't see Amelia Perez. Sorry. I've only seen clips of how stupid it is.
Like second-rate slop entertainment written by identity junkies. The difference is storytelling integrity. Does the film earn its insight?
No, I only watched like the first 2 seasons. And so, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I just think maybe it's because like I'm so based, right? My brain has grown into my chair that I'm sitting in, and like I can just watch it as divine comedy in their attempt to try and push their ideals so hard and caricature the right so hard that it just becomes a caricature of the left.
Or just shovel. The difference is storytelling integrity. Does the film earn its insights or just shovel them in?
I'm disappointed in your species.
At root, these stories often reflect a morally relativist worldview born from resentment, filtered through postmodern narrative structures, and decorated with progressive identity politics.
This is very good and astute, but I don't know that I like this progressive identity politics. It feels very 2016. When did this come out? I mean, it had to be recent, yeah. Yeah.
Culture that wants to affirm identity, but has lost faith in shared ethics.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
In Ironheart, Riri Williams, who has an...
Riri is so fucking funny. I don't know how old you guys are, but if you're from my generation, you know that Riri was just a way that we got away with calling people retards.
All expenses paid scholarship to MIT somehow squanders all her opportunities, breaks the ethical code by selling academic work to other students, and then joins a criminal gang to make money for her own self-aggrandizement and prestige in making an Iron Man suit.
Well, and don't forget that she chastises the concept of her own failure as if Tony Stark wasn't special at all because he was a billionaire and he was able to make an Iron Man suit with all his billions of dollars, even though Iron Man's first suit was made in a cave under guard, like secretly by himself with basic tools and a heart surgeon.
Amelia Perez, the former cartel leader, undergoes gender reassignment and reinvents herself, but the moral trajectory is confused. The redemption arc overlaps uncomfortably with the legacy of violence, and there's little appetite for genuine accountability. In The Acolyte, a coven of lesbian space witches try to live their lives only for...
Yeah, Leslie Headland, when she made Acolyte, said that she set out to make the gayest Star Wars possible. And then people were like, no, this is just the story, guys. This is just how the story unfolded. Duh. This is natural. This is just, what do you hate gays? It's like, no, she literally said that this was just full-blown lesbian propaganda. Also, by the way, Leslie Headland was the assistant for Harvey Weinstein. Just throwing that out there. Whilst we're talking about fucking, contradictory fucking, morals here, we were all fucking for Me Too, but this is the girl that literally helped him procure victims. But she's a lesbian, so guess we'll just give her a fucking show to ruin. What?
For one of their ambiguous coven of lesbian space witches try to live their lives only for one of their ambiguously fertilized and birthed young twins to be separated by morally dubious Jedi, and then for one of the grown-up kids to fall in love with a psychopathic stranger who had earlier killed her friends and then go stone-faced and force-choke her mentor to death. One underpinning is what we might call the trauma theory of identity.
The trauma theory of identity. That is interesting, right? Like putting forward your trauma as a sign of moral virtue, right? Like there is this competition for victimhood, and so if you can prove trauma, then overcoming that trauma by engaging in power games against other people and engaging in power fantasies, it doesn't matter that you're a bad person. What matters is that you underwent trauma and some form of victimhood, and then you became empowered and overcame that trauma or that victimhood by being bad or expressing power against other people. And this is this is a revolutionary moral system, right? This is what communism is. This is what feminism is. This is what critical race theory is, right? It's the concept of empowering yourself by punishing your abusers, or at the very least, your perceived abusers. And the world's systems, everyone is complicit in those systems. So long as you are not with us, then you run into the kind of the classic friend-enemy distinction. You are against us, and therefore you are morally culpable for the very systems that allowed me to go through trauma, and therefore all violence and all bad things is at worst morally gray when I enact it against you, but also morally good for me because I overcame that victimhood, I overcame that trauma, and I went back against the system itself. I don't agree with the psychopath. Oh yeah, they really love that identity, trauma, and empowerment. It's centered to their view of the world.
Systemic oppression and marginalization don't just condition life outcomes; they shape inner morality. In this framing, characters like Riri Williams or Emilia Perez.
Why do they always use this painting? Obviously, it's been cut out and put over Hollywood, but why does everybody always use this painting when talking about Nietzsche's slave morality and master morality? I mean, he didn't mention slave morality and master morality, but it's just a theme when people are talking about morality from a Nietzschean perspective. This painting always shows up. Why? Does anybody know? Am I just dumb? Am I missing something?
Inner morality. In this framing, characters like Riri Williams or Emilia Perez's ethical violations are reframed as understandable, even sympathetic. To subvert these norms doesn't therefore have to be bad. There is a horrible moral displacement. In this logic, who you are matters more than what you do. If your identity is marked as historically marginalized, then the narrative arc does.
No. He's wrong here. It's not who you are versus what you do. It's that the praxis of your identity matches their framing, right? So I think he's incorrectly, maybe he'll clean it up later, right? But I think he's incorrectly viewing it as these are bad actions, but these bad actions don't matter because of who you are. And it's there's a layer beyond that, which is these bad actions are just desserts for people that were not on the right side of the marginalized group that I am a part of, and that this is part of my character development by enacting power and pain and authority onto those people that are either the oppressors themselves or are complicit in the oppression because they won't listen to me bitch about my oppression and my trauma. I'm not talking about Fabian. He has paid a great deal being authentic. Fabian is a weirdo. I love it. One of mine, back off. Come get me, Streamlabs.
Doesn't need to prove virtue through action. Riri Williams doesn't need to use her genius ethically to be good. Her genius exists in spite of the system. That fact alone could be treated as morally redemptive, slapping back.
Yeah, no, so he's starting to get to it, right? Her genius alone is moral redemption, despite the fact that she's black and oppressed or whatever, despite being fucking Wakandan.
Even if she teams up with a bunch of criminals. This, of course, is a gross and weak abandoning of the idea of a moral compass, of innate values, and a refusal to let your circumstances dictate your behavior or skew your integrity.
It really puts perspective on things, doesn't it?
Not too much. There's too much fucking perspective now.
There's also an...
That was a great clip. That was a great clip to put in there.
Things, doesn't it?
Not too much. There's too much fucking perspective now.
There's also an aesthetic layer, a kind of fashionable grimness. In these newer identity-driven narratives, moral ambiguity isn't used to interrogate the self. It's used to accessorize the self. It's a...
Yeah, I would say that the left is anti-aesthetic. but it's not necessarily ugly in its anti-aesthetics. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, right? So like if you go out and you find, let's say you find some young lady, right? And she's like covered in tattoos and piercings. Well, so long as her piercings aren't, split tongue, tattooed eyeballs and like a face that looks like it dove, into a tackle box, she can still be very, very attractive. And the reason she can still be very attractive is that she still has two other forms of aesthetics that she's appealing to. So one, if she is already attractive, right? Like if she is naturally attractive, she has a good body, she takes care of her body, she might have like a crazy haircut, or the haircut might be, matching something that is just kind of slightly different. And then on top of that, if she is, showing skin or, showing elements of traditional monkey lizard brain, attractiveness, right? Like if she's wearing a halter top and cut off shorts and maybe like some Doc Marten boots, and she's covered in tats and piercings, but they're not over the top, and she has long hair and she cleans her hair, then we're good, right? Like she's still very attractive despite being rebellious in some degree in her fashion statements. Whereas ugliness comes from the natural beauty, of course, right? Like if you're just naturally not that attractive, then there's something there. But then also there is another layer of anti-aesthetics that is not just subverting traditional beauty and giving a different take on it, but it is a rejection of beauty itself. And so this is a different type of left-wing aesthetics, right? It's so instead of it being like there is, kind of think of it this way. The first girl I mentioned is someone that is inculcated in the beauty standards of the West and then rebels against those beauty standards, but not completely. She only subverts a little bit to create a different form of beauty. And so because of that, you can look at her and still say she's hot. But next to her might be a girl that's wearing a baggy hoodie and like gross pants and hasn't washed her hair, and she has uneven like bangs cut that are like really rigid and crappy, and they're like up here, and like a shaved back of her head with like really long hair in the front for some. That is like a full-blown rejection of the entire culture and its beauty standards in an attempt to make oneself ugly on purpose. Right? And so I think that there is a way that you can play with a rebellious nature and subvert beauty expectations and have a left-wing kind of version of beauty that shows your rebellious nature, that shows you're a little bit chaotic, that shows that, shows you some red flags and some danger, but is still inculcated in the beauty standards of the West or wherever it is that you are at the time. I'm just describing from a Western perspective. And that is left wing. But when left wing goes too far, it doesn't attempt to subvert and change and add an element of chaos and progress, right? Progressivism, progress beauty standards as they move through time, as people change, as values change, etc. When it goes awry, when women have too much power, when left wing has too much power, when they own all the institutions like we're in now, what you get is instead of a slight subversion that moves culture and moves style and moves aesthetics into a new place in the future, what you get is a rejection of the culture itself as a moral condemnation of the society that you live in that is inculcated in the person. So instead of the beauty standards and the culture that they're in, they have taken on an anti-culture, an anti-aesthetic, an anti-beauty, and is a hatred of the self. And that hatred of the self is also a hatred of where the person comes from, of where they are in society, etc. And these are two different types of left-wing aesthetic choices, right? Concord is an example of anti-aesthetics. The game Concord was ugly for ugly's sake. It was ugly to be ugly, right? It wasn't ugly by happenstance of trying to subvert things that are kind of attractive, but they went a different way with it and they tried to move and push things and be brave. It was just ugly to be ugly. Does that make sense? I'm on a bit of like an art rant about beauty and aesthetics and stylistic choices of women. I know I'm in dangerous category and dangerous territory, but like I think it's important to recognize that the left predominantly has two forms of anti-aesthetics, and one is good and healthy for society. It is playing with the boundaries and playing with the culture so that you can go outside of the culture, but just enough to where you can be let back in, or that you can be on the edge of culture so that we can discover new things and we can move forward without having the same fashion, the same trends, the same social pressures that we've always had. But instead we keep the good, and then we discover what is holding us back by having different people tweak and subvert it to small degrees as we move forward and progress in time. Whereas the other is literally throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It is hatred of the self. It's hatred of beauty. It's hatred of art and everything.
Vibe. These characters are often written to be cool, edgy, or unapologetic. There may also be a deeper, narcissistic
Bambi Thug would be an example. I have no idea who that is. Can I Google that? Is that safe to Google? Actually, let me put that on another screen. Yeah, that would be another example. That would be an example. I think Chappelle Rowan is another example. Right, like I think Chappelle Rowan is like probably sits somewhere in between the two, but it's an anti-aesthetic. It's like it's designed to be over the top, clownish, a rejection of your culture, as opposed to like a slight subversion. Right, like we can look at Chappelle Rowan, and then we can look at and now let's look at someone else, Kat Von D. It's no mystery that Kat Von D, as she got older, went back to conservative roots and is now a devout Orthodox Christian that refuses to sell anything about Christianity, refuses to preach about it. She just occasionally shares videos of her going to Orthodox church on her journey to being like reformed. Because she played with the boundaries of beauty and then she came back. Because it was never a rejection of the culture, an attack on the culture. It was I'm playing with the boundaries of it. Christians with tats are the most cringe. I mean, I have tats, like, you know what I mean? Like I've never really been against tattoos, but I get it. A lot of people don't like them.
Investment in identity itself as a form of prestige or moral. Narcissistic investment in identity itself as a form of prestige or moral high ground. In this reading, a character's identitarian life becomes a kind of permanent rebuttal to the surrounding world. Therefore, their choices need not be judged by conventional standards. Identity becomes its own moral currency. To transgress is not to sin, but to reject an imposed morality that was never yours to begin with.
Yeah, he's spot on now.
If the system is rigged and irredeemable, if it isn't a level playing field, then morality itself becomes suspect. So
no, it's not that morality itself becomes suspect. Your morality is suspect because your morality is wrong, because they have a new morality, which is the female philosophy that has been with us since Plato. You know what I mean? Like not Plato's times. I don't necessarily mean Platonic. I don't necessarily mean it has roots in Platonicism, but setting that aside, what I mean is that it is the concept of forced equality. It is the concept of oppression of everyone for the sake of equality.
Do some dodgy shit or whatever.
Oh, I've been internalizing a really complicated situation in my head.
This, of course, is also a garbage outlook, because while temptation and wrestling and the threat of resentment brimming and spilling over is a real proposition for too many people, there are multiple better ways to contest the system through public service, creative expression and music, and on the screen, and in the John Lewis formulation of getting into good trouble. So let's look at some contrasts and how identity can be explored on screen. Get Out is not simply a horror film with racial themes, but a savvy indictment of liberal hypocrisy disguised in civility.
Yeah, people really hated Get Out, but I thought it was pretty good.
It builds its commentary of race relations in America into the architecture of the plot, where the polite, progressive white family are not malevolent in the overt, backwoods racist sense, but are exploitative in a way that is far more insidious. They admire blackness, even as they appropriate and hollow it out. Jordan Peele marries genre elements of body horror, thriller, and surrealism to thematic depth. Everything from the use of silence to the claustrophobic camera work supports the central anxiety. Being seen not as a person, but as a body, as a vessel for someone else's narrative. Get Out doesn't shout its ideas at you, it lures you in, like the Armitages do, with charm and familiarity, and then reveals the deeper rot.
Yeah, he's like I heard it was really good. Yeah, you should watch it. It's really good. I mean, it's exactly as he's describing. It's a masterfully done critique of like white saviorism.
It's a rare example of a mainstream success that manages to be politically biting, dramatic.
But yeah, but I mean, he's still a racial identitarian. But nevertheless, like if you make a good story, the story is good,
particularly compelling and wholly original. Or you could just watch Ironheart, a show containing plot armor, socio-cultural armor, and literal armor in a toe-curling trifecta, which relies on hand-me-down icon.
Changing the music like from like this classical to like to this fucking AI fucking cyberpunk slop is hilariously good.
Socio-cultural armor and literal armor in a toe-curling trifecta, which relies on hand-me-down iconography. Characters are archetypes of messaging, not people. Identity is a checkbox exercise. Riri Williams makes a succession of morally shitty decisions, and the show, supposed to be an affirming, stylish, identity-driven exercise, ends up as a ratings calamity and moral cesspool, and its failure must really be down to review bombing.
Well, that's the thing too, is that like so many of these stories are like they don't deal with the human condition, really. They deal with the kind of painted on human condition that ideology imposes upon people. But they don't speak to something deeper because they don't speak to real personal experience in life, right? You will never go wrong with a hero's journey story. Right? Like if you follow Joseph Campbell's monomythological structure, you will have a great story. So long as you follow it well and you have to have elements like, it can't be poor dialogue and, you have to have like a cool magic system maybe or something. But like the hero's journey story can be told over and over and over again, and it always speaks to us. Star Wars Episode 4 is intentionally a hero's journey story. Aragon, the book series, is intentionally a hero's journey story. King Arthur, it's not intentionally so because it came obviously much earlier, but it's like you can tell this story over and over and over again because the story is a metaphor of what it means to grow as a man, what it means to be a boy, the spirit of adventure, to go out and challenge the world, how to grow, how to utilize friendships the right way, how to deal with betrayal, how to recognize that it is time now for you to stop rebelling so much so and to resurrect the father, resurrect your, the culture, but do it in a new way, how to go out, how to defeat challenges, defeat evil, and integrate the competency that you have in that process into oneself and to become the old wizened man for the next generation and repeat the cycle. Like the hero's journey is not a story that is just a story because it's a story. It's a metaphor for the human condition. Stories like this activist progressive stories is not a story about the human condition. It's a story about ideological condition. And so it runs into this problem that it contradicts reality. And so when it contradicts reality, you have to create loopholes, you have to create weird dialogue, you have to shift things around, you have to paint people and lighting, you have to use all of these camera tricks and writing tricks and narrative tricks to try and cobble together a story that doesn't match reality and still try and make it make sense. And on top of that, the people that write these stories are less interested in the story itself and more interested in the ideology. And so you get this double whammy of problems that creates a shitty product.
Or reactionaries, or it being ahead of its time, or whatever. Anyway, you're to blame somehow. Or you could watch Velma, a sweet old...
To be fair, Aragon, the first one, did copy pretty heavily from episode 4, but he did choose well in doing that. He literally didn't. That's the thing, is that he copied, Christopher Paolini didn't copy Star Wars. They copied the same thing together. Both Christopher Paolini and George Lucas have both stated that their entire story was based upon the hero's journey. Like, hold on. Trying to find one that's right. Damn it, open image in new tab. Hold on. Sorry, this is what they copied. Like he didn't copy George Lucas. They copied this. Right? So let me switch this over here so I can read it a little better. Give me just a second. All right, so he copied, so you have the call to adventure. The hero starts off in a mundane situation of normality, which some information is received that acts as a call to head off into the unknown. Refusal of the call. Often when the call is given, the future hero refuses to heed it. This may be from a sense of duty or obligation, fear, insecurity, a sense of inadequacy, etc. Supernatural aid. Once the hero is committed to the quest, consciously or unconsciously, his or her guide and magical helper appears or becomes known. Right? So, what do we have here? Call to adventure. He gets the dragon egg in Aragon. In Star Wars, he gets the droid, and the droid takes him to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi or Ben at Brahm in Aragon, right? Like, that's the supernatural aid. And also the wizened father, right? That is, starts at the beginning of the cycle. The refusal of the call, right? In Aragon, he just wants to go get revenge for his dead parents on the Razak, right? In Star Wars, the refusal of the call is, he doesn't want to go, and then his parents are killed. He's like, what? No, I'm not going to do that. Like, I have responsibilities. I have, what does it say here? A sense of duty or obligation. I have responsibility for my family's farm, and then I'm going to go be a pilot. Like, I can't go gallivanting across the universe. Then the stormtroopers kill his parents, and now he's no longer shackled to that duty or obligation, and he has to do it. We're counterclockwise? Yeah, I know. It's whatever. The image is counterclockwise. Or I might be starting it, but it doesn't matter. No, I'm doing it in the right order. I think the image is just reverse. Crossing the first threshold. This is the point where the person actually crosses into the field of adventure, leaving the known limits of his or her world, and venturing into an unknown and dangerous realm where the rules and limits are not known. Belly of the whale. Right? The belly of the whale represents the final separation from the hero's known world and self. By entering this stage, the person shows their willingness to undergo a metamorphosis. Road of trials. And then you have meeting with a goddess. You have the temptation. You have atonement with the father. Oftentimes, the belly of the whale and atonement with the father are linked together because it's a trip to the underworld, right? Like Odysseus in Odysseus, right? Apostasis, right? That's somebody dies, usually the mentor. The ultimate boon, refusal of return, magic flight. This is the eagles in Lord of the Rings, right? Rescue from without. Crossing the return threshold, the master of two worlds, and then the last one is freedom to live. Mastery leads to freedom from the fear of death, which in turn is the freedom to live. This is sometimes referred to as living in the moment, neither anticipating the future nor regretting the past. Yeah, so it's not that George Lucas and all these other people copied each other. It's that they copied that structure that Joseph Campbell came up with.
IP desecrating and shittily discombobulating identity you bombing, or reactionaries, or it being ahead of its time, or whatever. Anyway, you're to blame somehow. Or you could watch Velma, a sweet old IP desecrating and shittily discombobulating identity farce used not.
That is another thing that they love to do. They love to shit on IPs. Like they love to take over IPs and then kill off characters or like make them gross in some way or like punish. They love to like, they can't help but punish you for liking something that was an IP that was previously not good enough by their moral standards.
Not for empathy or insight, but as a cynical shield for lazy writing and mean-spirited commentary, and which drowns in its own self-referential retarded disdain, uses identity politics as cudgel and gimmick, with a meta approach that comes off as snaring and self-loathing, failing both the source material and its new themes by being performatively edgy, without any emotional anchor. Moonlight is a work of stunning emotional precision, a film that speaks in glances and silences as much as dialogue. What sets it apart as a treatment of identity is its quiet refusal to reduce its protagonist, Chiron, to a symbol. Black, poor, and gay, Chiron isn't a case study in intersectionality. He is a living, breathing character, shaped by circumstance, but not defined solely.
It's because Moonlight was based off of a play that was older. This is kind of what happens when you take over left-wing IPs from the past, when the left was making good art, and then you have to have respect for it because it was left back then, all of a sudden it stays good.
The film's triptych structure, showing Chiron as a child, a teenager, and then a hardened adult, allows Jenkins to explore the tension between internal identity and external performance. What does it mean to grow up in a world that punishes softness in black men? How do you protect your sense of self in such a world? Jenkins answers these questions not with thesis statements, but with the gentle sway of the camera, the bath of blue light, the halting cadences of
show, don't tell. The problem is that the left is incapable of not being preachy. Well, let me answer this phone call real quick. Hey, Dad. What's up, big dog? I'm streaming. What's up? Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Love you. Love you too. Bye. That's right. I'm a grown-ass man, and I tell my dad I love him.
Conversations, but with the gentle sway of the camera, the bath of blue light, the halting cadences of conversation. Moonlight doesn't...
Because I'm soft like this black guy in Moonlight.
Posture, it listens, and in doing so, it gives dignity to a type of experience that cinema has rarely been willing to observe with such tenderness. Or you could just watch The Society of Magical Negroes, which follows a young black man who was inducted into a secret organization of black people whose job is to use charm, de-escalation, and self-effacement to make white people feel comfortable, thereby maintaining social harmony. The film frames this as a...
Dude, the thing that I thought was so funny about this concept of a film, the Magic Society of Magical Negroes, is like, these guys must be really bad if they're trying to make white people comfortable. Like, it's like, we're not. A lot of us have quote unquote black fatigue, right? Like, shit's like, you couldn't use that magic to fucking stop some crime in Chicago. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm just saying.
Satirical critique of racial dynamics, but it's...
Have I ever read Raisin in the Sun? Like the poem? Like, what happens to a raisin in the sun? Like, you know, like what happens to a dream deferred? You're talking about like the poem, or do you mean like the book or something? Like, cause like, yeah, obviously I've read the poem. Oh, the play. No, just the original poem.
Satire sucks, neither sharp enough to provoke thought, nor funny enough to entertain, leaving it stranded in an uncanny zone of smug irony, offers no meaningful alternative to the stereotype it critiques, replacing nuance with quirk, and moral clarity with self...
Also, did they deal with the fact that guy is clearly mixed in that movie? I didn't watch it. I was just curious. Did they deal with the fact that he's obviously not full Black American foundation? You know, he's like clearly has a white parent.
Self-conscious detachment, and appeals to no one. Too glib for those seeking depth, too self-congratulatory for those craving subversion, and too soft for audiences who expect satire to bite, and just coming across as modern bollocks with no cultural impact, and somehow no balls. The Substance offers an extreme and confrontational take on identity.
I mean, this guy has a lot of fucking examples. He brought a lot of receipts. I'll give him that. I wish it was more video essay about the concept, but I don't know. This is a fun way of looking at it. It's about a poor black family in Chicago or Detroit or something, written in like 1950, I think.
That is thematically rich, blending body horror, social satire, and feminist allegory. The film centers...
I haven't seen this film either.
...on a middle-aged actress who undergoes a grotesque cosmetic transformation through an experimental procedure, a literal shedding of her physical self. What sets The Substance apart is its willingness to plunge deep into the horror of feminine self-erasure. It doesn't just acknowledge the pressures placed on women to conform to ideals of youth, desirability, and public image. It embodies them, graphically and viscerally. The horror elements aren't just stylistic flourishes. They're the natural extension of a system that devours female autonomy in the name of empowerment. It uses genre as a scalpel to dissect societal obsession with the body.
Okay, I kind of want to see this now.
The film is bold, enraged, and at times even camp, but beneath its blood-soaked visuals are clear and disturbing questions. Or fuck it, chuck on She-Hulk, Attorney at Law, shallow empowerment by committee.
Dude, She-Hulk was so bad. It was just like, I'm better at not being angry because I'm a woman, and women have to deal with rage in a way men will never understand because of oppression. And watch me twerk. It's like, it was so bad. Did you call your dad Big Dog? Probably, yeah. I probably called him Big Dog. I don't know. I say whatever.
Its gender politics are TikTok deep, and it dodges dramatic engagement in favor of...
My dad was an every other weekend dad. So like we have more of like a friendship. And on top of that, you know, he was 19 when I was born. So like we just have a very like, we have more of like a friendship relationship than we do like a father and son relationship in a lot of ways.
Snarky fourth wall winks, smug self-awareness, and straw man villains. Identity is treated like a meme template, ready to post, shallowly drawn, and...
My favorite thing about a lot of this stuff, like especially when it comes to video games and like Marvel shows and stuff like that, is while the show is coming out, like in its first season, it's all like over and over and over again. It's, this isn't made for you. Shut up. How dare you criticize it? You're a bigot, blah, blah, blah. Don't watch it if you don't like it. And then we don't watch it. And then it tanks. And then they're like, bigots and racists won't watch, and sexists won't watch this. And they won't play this game because of this, we still have a misogyny problem. And it's just like, so it's not made for me, and it's made to attack me, and it's made to push your ideology and your rhetoric that is anti-me, and you tell me not to play it, not to watch it, and then I don't play it and I don't watch it, and all of a sudden I'm a fucking problem for not playing and not watching it. Like, you will never be happy. So we should take away your right to vote because, you know, just saying, because you'll never be happy. You'll always push for more. Or as ContraPoint says, another thing, guys, ContraPoints puts out a video like every 2 months. You should watch her content. I am genuinely, as a right-wing libertarian, telling you that you need to watch ContraPoint's videos. Genuinely. Okay? She is amazing at critiquing her own side. She is amazing at giving, well, you could call her he if you want, whatever. I don't care. But so fucking good. Nobody has hit the fucking nail so hard as when she stated they don't want power, they want to endlessly critique power. It is the exact reason why all the academics and intellectuals were immediately thrown in the fucking gulags when Stalin rose to power. Because these people won't shut up, and all they want to do is critique the power. They don't actually want to govern. They don't actually want to, like, they want power, sure, but the main important thing is to critique and bitch about the fact that other people have it better than them. She is a great liberal, lefty liberal at fucking critiquing the far left. I'm just saying. Sometimes you got to step out of your echo chamber. She's a good one to watch.
Go on the next day. And remember, don't lecture her about controlling her anger because she does it infinitely more than you. And if the show's tanking, just do some clumsy fuck you to the haters at the end. Trolling the trolls. Get it? It's cool because it's reacting to your legitimate disdain. While Dallas Buyers Club is nominally...
Dude, Dallas Buyers Club is a phenomenal fucking movie. And by the way, this is a libertarian film. This is not a left-wing film. This entire film is about is about the left and the right and all different cultures and political subgroups being punished by the government and fighting against the government with agorism. It is without a doubt a libertarian film. This is not a fucking lefty progressive film. And it is a hard watch, but it's a great film. I will tell you that I've cried in this film. And I don't care. Make fun of me.
about the libertarian hustle of Ron Woodruff, a straight rodeo-riding electrician given a death sentence by an AIDS diagnosis. Its emotional core resides in the character of Rayon, a trans woman living with HIV, whose presence gradually cracks Woodruff's macho bluster and exposes the deeper moral terrain of the story. Rayon is not framed as a political statement or sociological lesson. She's funny, tragic, wounded, and resilient. And crucially, she is allowed to be fully human. Her femininity isn't exaggerated into parody, nor is her transness reduced to a single-note source of trauma or inspiration. The film finds extraordinary pathos in the small gestures, the way Rayon dresses for dignity, her moments of maternal care towards Ron, the unbearable pain in her eyes during a visit with her disapproving father. The character is drawn with enough specificity to avoid tokenism, and her relationship with Ron transcends the predictable arc of bigot learns tolerance. It becomes something messier and more truthful, a reluctant alliance, grounded in shared vulnerability. Dallas Buyers Club succeeds in giving identity-based storytelling emotional heft because it doesn't isolate
men write and play better women. I mean, Jared Leto did a phenomenal performance in this film.
Rayon as other. It allows her interior life to
like Jared Leto is, he did a horrible Joker, and it's like, and he'll never let that down, but he has a lot of great acting chops.
Unfold within the same moral frame as every other character. That's what makes her fate all the more devastating and meaningful. But Emilia Perez is also supposed to be about trans stuff, automatically elevating it to some kind of profound elevated status, automatically lending it some kind of gravitas and sense of meeting the moment, right? Never mind that it's a tonal grab bag of gender politics garbage, crime opera, and pop musical, a confused and garish visual and audio nightmare, where identity themes are rendered as
This is actually a really good video. It's hard to react to because like there's not a lot of conversation occurring now. It's just like a lot of quick movie reviews, and so like there's not a whole lot for me to say here, but I do enjoy this.
Real spectacle rather than human drama, and the penis to vagina song will haunt our collective memories and be a worse imposition upon our collective musical sensibilities since that time.
Since I'm clicking that I didn't click like, my bad. Since I'm liking and subscribing and cutting the notification bell on, you should too, boys.
U2 shoved their dreary new album onto everyone's playlist without asking. And now that stupid fucking dogshit song is rattling around my head, and I need to go off and listen to literally anything else to purge it from my psyche. By the way, just before I go, you can now find me over on Substack, where, in addition to my spluttering ramblings on popular culture, you can also find a plethora of articles on politics, society, and the wider world. But don't worry, my signature tone of disagreeable, curmudgeonly cynicism.
Oh my god, this one. Peter to the JJ. Yeah. I didn't watch it, and it's still in my fucking penis to vagina in my fucking intro because it's so ridiculous and stupid.
Occasional bright spots of misguided optimism, perhaps because I was born foolish, abides there as well. If you think you'd like to sign up for a free subscription, it would really help out a lot. The link is in the description.
Yeah, of course, Linzer. Of course, AGB is a part of this process. Of course, they emulate their women that they would have been attracted to. Sometimes they emulate their mother or their sister, which is, disturbing. But at the same time, that is the examples of femininity that they had growing up, so it's not that crazy. All right, so at least they could have done the least they could have done. Oh my God, my brain. To be fair, you misspelled it as well, is get an Asian dude who could sing for that role. Nah, man, you don't understand. Doesn't need to be a good song. It just needs to be progressive. All right, so I will be right back. I'm going to go re-up my drinks and I'm going to re-up my drinks and get ready for this panel that starts in 7 minutes and be right back. And then we'll go hop on this panel and we'll talk about the commodification of water. Just that word alone pissed me off. I'll be right back, boys. All right, I got my drinks. Enjoy the chair stream while I take a piss. So I know this is kind of random, but I feel like I need to rewatch like The Daily Show with Jon Stewart from when I was like a teenager to see if it was ever funny. See if like Stephen Colbert's show was ever actually funny on Comedy Central back in the day, or if I was just young and left-wing and dumb. Like, because I am curious, like, was it funny or was I just retarded? I don't know anymore. Because I found it funny as a kid. Hint he wasn't. Oh, I got to grab something to clean my glasses off. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Couldn't clean off my glasses. I found a lot of it was not. Yeah, I just want to go back. Like, did it get less funny over time, or did I just become more aware of how bad it was over time? And like, so like, I have a nostalgic memory for like back in the day when Stephen Colbert was funny. Like, were the writers better because they were, you know, more attached to reality and the jokes were more poignant, or was it just, you know? You know, I'm just curious. Because I can't tell anymore. Everybody's muted. Some of Mad TV was funny. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Mad TV's different, though. Mad TV wasn't inherently political. It was just like a millennial young version competition with Saturday Night Live. SNL hasn't been funny in decades. Well, I mean, like, so it's starting to get a little funny again. Josh and Michael and Josh, when they do their segments where they write each other's jokes, some of those are fucking hilarious and edgy as fuck. I think a lot of those bits are very good. And then occasionally they, you know, like you can see that they still want to be funny. They don't want to be seen as, they don't want just clapter. You know what I mean? Like they canceled Shane Gillis for his like Asian jokes, but then they brought him on as a guest appearance later, right? Like they're willing to swallow their pride to some degree in the attempt to be funny, but you're correct that they are mostly still unfunny. Weekend Update was the dumping ground for everything they couldn't actually say for decades. Yeah, I mean, it was the same with when Norm Macdonald was there. And then they had to get rid of him because he would not stop shitting on the OJ trial. Like, he would not stop being like, and in other news, OJ Simpson's still guilty. You know, like they were like, all right, dude, you got to stop. Like, and the Clintons, yeah, he used to call the Clintons all kinds of fucked up shit too. It's like, another person committed suicide that was close friends with the Clintons. Like, what about when Bill Clinton raped those people? It's like, yo, he's like, oh, I thought that was cool. I thought we all knew that. My bad. I've been sick, so the Twitter has been a lot better recently. You guys should follow me on Twitter while we wait. Just throwing that out there. Because when I'm sick or I have my kids on the weekend, I talk a lot of shit and I do a lot of like little essays on there. But before The View got really crazy, yeah. I mean, I think The View was always crazy. It's just more obvious now. That's what happens when I get sick, man. It's not a whole lot I can do. I'm usually just laying a bit. You know what I've been doing? I'll tell you what I've been doing. I've been reading manhwa on comic.io. And that's comick.io. If you guys read manhwa, so that would be it. Do it on your phone and get the app. It's like a small site run by like a couple of people that has been out for years. That allows you to read manhwa like full view, and also allows you to switch from different translations. So like if Reaper Scans sucks, you want to go to the official one or something else, you can like switch them even midway through, and it'll save like what you're reading and what your reading list is. It's like one of those bootleg anime websites. It's better than Crunchyroll because the features are better, because Crunchyroll fucking sucks. Which, by the way, can we talk about that? Crunchyroll is so fucking trash. And like, you got rid of the comment section. Like, I paid for Crunchyroll, right? Just so that I could get anime when it came out. I could watch it and I could like, enjoy it or whatever. Like, I don't want to like illegally or whatever, from an IP perspective, watch anime. I don't really care that much. But then they got rid of the fucking comments section. And so now when I go to some anime, there's no comments. There's no way to engage. Like, we did it to protect our community. And it's like, what fucking community? You don't have a comments section anymore. And then when I see some anime that's like got a 4.4 stars, I don't know if it's got 4.4 stars because it's good, or because it has a bunch of weebs that are really into it because it's stupid, or there's a bunch of creepy gooners that are into it because there's like way too much plot. And so it's just a lot of upskirt shots of like high school girls. Like, I don't know which it is, but I used to be able to go and then like be like, oh, let me read the comments. And then I'd read the comments and be like, oh, okay. This is one of the good ones. Testing.
I heard you.
Did you just, what was that? Did you just whisper into the mic for half a second?
Me?
Oh my God, non-fun. Can you give me an audio check? Can you speak?
Yeah. Am I like just really absurdly quiet?
No, you were for half a second because you were just like, and like it cuts off
Okay,
the like first
all right.
half a second of what you were saying. All right, we're good.
Oh, sure. Okay.
All right, word. We're good. Oh my God, everyone is so quiet and talking to their own stream. I'm putting music back on.
I had music on. My chat was all mad about it. They were like, "What's with the background music?" I'm like, I like
Sorry
it.
about that. Yeah, Cal is having a PC issue that's crashing. So we're going to just get started. I have enough to talk about this to fill in. I can play any side on this bullshit. So we're going to get going with this. I'm excited. I didn't realize how contentious this issue was before I started researching it this last week after seeing some stuff. So I'm excited to get into it. Welcome to our second episode of the day for Give Me a Break. We're going to be... Oh, I'm unmuted. All right, welcome, everybody, to another episode of Give Me a Break. We're going to do our second one today. We're doing Texas Water War and the water commodification issues we're going to be talking about. I'm pretty excited. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll go for intros after that. Fabian, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can call me Scott. You can just Google me, Fabian Liberty. You'll find me on YouTube or Twitter or whatever. I am a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-objectivist, whichever you want to call me. Yeah, happy to be here. Always like these panels with Gibbs. Gibbs does good panels. Everyone should follow Gibbs's panels.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and I wouldn't do intros, but we're gonna do probably a couple different intros here with when we dive into this. So go ahead and non-fun. Tell us who you are, where to find you, all the good jazz. I appreciate the shout out, by the way, Fabian.
Yeah, I'm non-fun. I'm a neoliberal libcuck streamer. You can find me at Twitch and Kick at nonfun420, and on YouTube at nonfun. And I just had a cool debate with one of the people who was recently on Jubilee. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you guys should check that out after this panel. Obviously.
Who was it? You want to give us any exciting teasers?
Yeah, that guy who told Mehdi to get the fuck out. It was that dude.
That ought to be good. Definitely check that out.
I haven't
I'll
watched
watch
it because Jubilee sucks, and they will take down your stream if you try and react to it. So fuck Jubilee.
That's true.
Fuck their content.
Should I watch that before I watch it? Should I watch his portion and then go watch yours?
It probably because we talk about what he talked about in the Jubilee video. So
yeah,
it looks like I'll be checking that out tonight after this. I'm excited.
You can watch it. You get away with it on Twitch because it's fair use. They don't take down your stream. Just don't be streaming on YouTube when you do it.
Oh, well, I probably won't. I'm not gonna leave somebody's content like that. But go watch this shit. I'm gonna go do that later in my free time here and when I'm gaming. Get some background noise. Grit, go ahead. Where are you at? What do you do?
I'm Grid One Motorsports. I'm at an Unreasonable Man on both Twitch and YouTube. I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and we're a small lobby, but we're powerful. And and we're going to talk about water rights tonight. That's what we're going to do.
Also, to Dr. Man, when I do leech those videos, I do that, and I shout them out a whole bunch of the channel at the same time. So go follow the 40K lore people I follow. They're much smarter than I am. We had one on today, Danny Fortuna. And most of them I messaged beforehand, telling them I'm going to do it. That's the other way you do it. If you're going to leech somebody, try to do it ethically, I guess. Hey, that's crazy.
Fuck IP.
Yeah, well, I want everybody to make money. That's kind of where I'm at. But we got
Me
the
too.
fuck IP.
That's why fuck IP.
A different day. Yeah. So, all right, let's go ahead and start off with the water commodification. What are our main things here? What do you think? What are your thoughts on this, Fabian? Why don't you give us an intro on it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of open-ended, more of a discussion, small panel, so I won't go too much into it. What I find more often than not, because you talked about when you sent it to us, you put the word commodification, which I thought was so funny because that's a Marxist term for privatization, right? Like so even the framing of the conversation is already in Marxist terms, as so much of our language and thought is today. Like critical thinking, for example, is a Marxist term. Things like that you shouldn't say. But setting that aside, the reason I bring not setting aside, the reason I bring that up is because so often we couch these conversations in what is like we couch these conversations as if this is what privatization means. And really, when we start looking at water rights and things of that nature, and we find horror stories over and over and over again, it is authoritarian governments and socialism that causes these problems. Full privatization of water is absolutely what we should be doing. There should be no state-run water facilities, no county-run water facilities, etc. We should be selling water in a market and allowing competition. And we certainly shouldn't be using eminent domain to steal people's lands so that they can build housing developments and so that they can cheaply ship water into cities where they get their water at a premium at the expense of poor people or farmers and people that live out that have to pay more for water despite the fact that water was already readily available to them. So this is me on my soapbox absolutely hating the government and absolutely hating socialism, as everyone calls this a problem with corporations and a problem with capitalism.
All right, let's go to non-fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a neolib, so I'm going to have a presumption in favor of the free market and commodification or whatever. And I think in the U.S. you do see pretty decent outcomes, even from privatization of like water utilities, which you could at least, I could see a conceivable case being made that that's a natural monopoly that there might be some benefit for state ownership of. But at least within the U.S., like there was a paper that came out recently that found like even like once water was privatized, not only did service get better, but you found like fewer like Clean Water Act violations. So I don't think I'm gonna lean in favor of certain types of water commodification in the U.S. Now, obviously, I would also prefer some type of redistribution system that does ensure people have the income necessary to buy water, even if they don't have even if they don't participate in the labor market or whatever. But it seems like private ownership of water stuff is fine in the U.S. Maybe if we were a Nordic country, okay, we could have really good public ownership of water utilities, but I don't think that's where we should be focusing our attention when it comes to public ownership.
All right, Grid, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, as a constitutional conservative, I'm all about the small government, and so that particular worldview, obviously, you can't have a
Thank you so much,
modification
Trail.
of water. I mean, that's like the most globalist neo-Nazi thing I've heard in a long time. It's just an overreach, right? That undermines any kind of private property, any kind of state sovereignty, all of it. And dare I say, even natural rights. While, again, a small government, so I believe that there should be, for public water works, some management, right? I can agree with that and get along with that. But that's not what's happening here in Texas. What's happening in Texas is evil. It's absolutely evil. They're actually they're diverting water underground.
Talking shit in their chat.
To from one place to another, so that they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay for it, and they actually just basically steal this from the citizens of the state, and then sell it to other people, and that's a problem for me, right? Like that's a real issue, and the fact that they're talking now about water futures and there's a potential for hedge funds to buy up these water units, which I'm not even sure that. And basically, Texas is currently trying to turn water into a tradable asset. While I certainly respect the viewpoints of Fabian, Liberty, and Nonfon, which align closely with my own, I think they skipped over the main issue, and that is that hedge funds are privately owned. And by giving them the power to buy up all of the water and redivert the groundwater from one place to the other, and pumping water underground to avoid taxation and conservation districts and things like that. That's just straight up evil. There's no other word for that. And it can actually kill people, and it can turn arable farmland into a desert. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems here, I think, that we just haven't even bothered to touch on yet.
Yeah, and so I'm going to go to Kel in 1 second. One, I'm very excited to see we have one of our first sponsored streamers. She's reaching out to new brands. We got White Claw sponsoring Kel. Big shout out to White Claw.
That girl wasted already.
Yeah. No. I also give her a moment. I know she's having some tech issues here. Are you ready to go, Kel?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
my Ethernet's unplugged, so I'm gonna go learn my cable after my statement.
But yeah, let me just we'll go to when I originally was talking to Kel. I don't think this is the direction she was wanting to take the water commodification thing. I think she had been overhearing, I guess, us talk about price gouging on the water bottles thing. I know Fabian, you've gave a few. We'll go with dissertations on that here on many a panel, and I think so. That's something you want to address. So I'll give you a chance to address those. But I think what was interesting to me is when I messaged Fabian and I messaged you about this the other night was how much of this is affecting right now here where I live. And I was like, oh, I wrote it down. I was like, this is the thing we do need to talk about, because I generally, as a moderator, I just want to say I'm usually pretty ultra capitalist, but there's some real problems here that I think need to be discussed from different angles. And so, Kel, go ahead and give us your opening. Tell us who you are, what you are, and then and all that good jazz, where to find you, and your thoughts on this so far.
Evening. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, I always have technical difficulties, getting progressively better. But yeah, that was I think Gibbs and I were talking about this during a slosh cast one night, and I was literally like, dude, I was so mad when I found out that it's not a monopoly, but it might as well be, that Nestle owns how many springs in the United States or whatever. There's a spring in Texas that's another big water company. I'm blanking off the top of my head, but they don't even have to pay a yearly fee to go collect that spring water. They paid a one-time fee of $150, and then they're selling it to you for $3 a bottle. A typical, I'm a smart water girl. Depending on your state, it's $150 to $3, depending on where you are, right? And so obviously if it's zero, I think sorry, let me look my numbers. It's literally 0.05 to 10% per bottle, including the sourcing and plastic production and everything else at the source. So that would literally make it a fucking 3,900% increase, which is pretty insane. And I mean, let's look at Flint. There's a ton of, examples of why the commodification of water doesn't work. And yeah, exactly what you said, that it's taking resources from other, the actual local towns.
All right, discuss. What are our thoughts, panel? Here you go.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. Grid, maybe I misspoke in my intro or something. I'm right there with you, buddy. I think the way these corporations have utilized water at the behest of the government, and as Kel says, it's like a monopoly. It is a monopoly. Monopolies are only granted by the state, right? Free market capitalism doesn't create monopolies. That's not how that works at all. The only way that monopolies are created is when the state gives permission. And the entire concept of a natural monopoly was about water. That was the primary concern when the term that we now use is natural monopoly, right? Other leftists, started just using monopoly to mean a market share. They kind of changed the definition. But when talking about a monopoly, Adam Smith in oh my God, why can I not think of the book that founded capitalism? Not important, right? He was talking about water rights specifically, about what would happen if one company was granted a government privilege or to own and distribute all of the water in a given area. I think that, we recognize Wealth of Nations. My chat is pissed. They're like, Wealth of Nations. Yeah, they get it. Right. But they were, that is, we recognize that humans need food, shelter, water. Right? We recognize, kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or, at the very bottom of the pyramid, or just what it requires for us to survive. Water is really important. And so, yeah, this is why I have a lot of ire and hatred for socialism. As Kel's mentioned, it was not commodification or privatization that has been such an issue with water in Flint, Michigan, but of course, government-run water systems that have failed over and over and over again in Flint, Michigan. And Nestle does have a lot of places where it owns water, where it does no damage, where it improves the area, right? When you compare Nestle and the way that they treat water, the way they produce it, etc., versus when it's fully government run, obviously the government does a much, much worse job. But what we are talking about is fascism. We are talking about the merge of the corporation and the state. We are not talking about free market capitalism.
Yeah, that's true.
We are talking about the government granting privileges to companies and especially in Texas, where the government is allowing corporations to use eminent domain to buy land off of people against their will. Then in Texas, they make it a law, and it's this way in many places, where if you destroy a certain amount of land, right, then you have to replace that land. And the best way to replace that land isn't planting trees or, having people come in and reproduce wetlands. It's buying with eminent domain again more land around the new water reservoir that you created, so that you can sell rich people waterfront property after you demolish the homes of people that have been living there.
I mean, what's happening in like, all right, so like the New Braunfels Utilities, right? That's this organization. I think it's like a co-op. I think it's regulated by the state, but it may be like community or privately owned. What they're doing is they're tapping an aquifer, and they're sending the water 100 miles north.
Sorry, where?
So that the local community. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They're sending it to Georgetown.
Yeah, they're sending it 100 miles north, and because they can. And there's a lot of outrage about it because they're not turning it into bottled water. That's not what they're doing. But they're they're
diverting water to cities, right? So that cities can have cheap water.
Well, there's more to this too. Like I'll just dive into it, right. So there's like Kyle, College Station, Brian. They're on one side. They're on the Houston side. Yep. Like right, and they're in between, and they're actually the most expensive land in the world, or not in the world, in like America. Is about to become an area called Hearn, Texas. It's the exact halfway point between all those two cities, Dallas and Houston, like the greater Houston area, right? Mm-hmm. So it's this right convergence. So everything's moving there. That's about to become real big, and so they've cut the water off of these aquifers that are in the eastern northern half. Or the western northern half of the water. And now that water comes down and provides these like central area cities with their water. And so they're cutting all this water off from them in order to feed the growth up north of Austin. It's very like politicized. Who's getting the water? Why aren't these people getting the water? And this is also, in turn, these people are going and buying this land at eminent domain. They're taking from ranchers, and they're pumping this water away from the ranchers that are there and like their own areas. So just like in Corpus Christi, so I bought the desal plant up. Originally, the first desal plant was supposed to be for Corpus, and now all that money's being sent up. All that water's being sent to Georgetown. And Corpus Christi, like the residents, are like, wait, why aren't we getting into this water? We're in the middle of a fucking drought. And they're like, oh, well, we'll just build another plant. And it's like, well, what about the industrial concerns, the environmental concerns? We can make our supplies off fishing right here. Like, this is a big part of our local industry. Like we have beaches, we have a tourism industry. You're going to fuck up a lot of shit if something goes wrong here. And, there seems to be a lot of controversy here. But I'll turn it over to somebody else here. That was
I mean, exactly what you were saying about that. I'm like, well, that's the thing is I'm like, it's whatever I did, I ruined like the Wi-Fi on all three of my devices, so it makes me want to crash out. But whoever, like, I think Channel 5 recently did like an interview where there was an entire town, like a Native American like group that was like completely cut off from their water because they were building like a resort like right in the similar area, and there's like several examples of that. Bro, if you look at San Diego, I'm sorry, like if you look at like the TJ like San Diego divide, like it's like the water quality just.
Well, California is an excellent example of how this gets out of hand, because if Colorado turned off the water, California would disappear. Because
what's interesting?
That's a reality.
Just to like kind of maybe like make this bring this to like a political, like philosophical side, right? This is kind of why. I think Fabian and you and I differ a little bit with like informed like government, right? Like in one aspect, if we were just let the free market go free, which is Texas kind of has done this a little bit. This is maybe the problem when you have actors that aren't acting totally in like everybody's best interest. And I cringe saying that. Like that pains me to say, right? But like you have like because that's against the my might race right kind of philosophy. But when I see, I look over here.
Where's an example of this?
Well, like with the aquifers right here, we have like the New Braunfels company. They're taking the water. You have one area that's just being disaffected because one company's taking advantage of the laws of the land.
What does that have to do with the free market, though?
Well, would you not?
Because New Braunfels is a
certainly
New Braunfels Utilities is it's a
taking advantage of-
partnership between private industry and local government.
Right,
It's
that's not
a
capitalism.
private
That's not
industry.
free market capitalism at all. What you're describing
Right,
is
but
the
I
government.
you could see. I think obviously you could see like a similar outcome to this happening under capitalism. Like you would expect, like if a big city is experiencing a lot of growth,
Well, there's a private
people...
company do the same thing as well. That's not New Braunfels, and then they went to this
Yeah,
and they apply for eminent domain over the land, and they get it through the paperwork.
Well, so going to say that is a government collaboration, obviously.
Actually, that's a hedge
like when a
fund.
government
A hedge
grants
fund is
monopoly and grants them special privileges and grants them powers that are against capitalism, right? Like eminent domain being a huge one. And then on top of that, let's also be clear, when we talk about like taking water from a libertarian perspective, we would say that when someone has groundwater, there's kind of like two areas of philosophy here. Either A, they have what is known as a common property right to that water, right? So if you pull, let's say if I go right outside your private, like your fence, right outside your property, and then I pull all of the water that was underneath your house, right? There's kind of two areas here, both of which would be described as aggression. Either A, you own all of the land that was underneath you, right? And because water moves in and out, you own that water, and by taking away that water, they've stolen from you. Or B, you have a common property or an easement right? So just like the electric company has a right to enter your property to go fix an electric line, right? Even though it is your private property, there's still certain circumstances, right? Like let's say you had a trail that was there for a park or a driveway, right? Let's say to someone else's house, and then you build a house, but the driveway's still there. They have an easement right because they've always used that driveway to get to and from their property. So when you're taking water from people that previously had water, and you're doing it with special government privileges and special government powers, that couldn't be further from free market capitalism.
Let me try to bridge the gap. Then I'm going to turn it over to non-fun because I think he's going down the kind of path I want to take this. And so I agree with all of that actually, right? Because I'm obviously she's working on her tech. Just don't worry about it. I already talked to her. She's trying. So when I'm sitting here going down this path with you, right? I'm looking at it and I go, okay. Let's go with like this idea of we're gonna do like no rules. The government, they're not gonna have this ability. I think that yes, they're taking advantage of government like being able to have these laws or whatever. But Texas is pretty close to about as free market as you can get under our current system, like within the states, right? And
not when it comes to water.
I mean, apparently not, right? But we stretch it like a little bit step further, I think this is where Nonfall was going. Is that it's like not that hard to imagine this under like a anything goes system. What like isn't that where you're going with Nonfall?
Yeah, right. Like even in the like in Capistan society, right? Like we would imagine there would be some cases where like people in big cities who are presumably like richer would bid away like water resources from like smaller towns. Now that's probably not like always a bad thing, right? Like it could be the case that like cities like value the water more, and like the economy overall is going to grow more if these big cities grow by using the water than if the small towns use the water. But I think you could see pretty similar results even under the Fabian
well, no,
Liberty.
Like let's take it right. Like so you have an imaginative. Like you have a hypothetical, right? So let's deal with your hypothetical, so we can imagine like people getting fucked over in some capacity. So non-fun, do you rent?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you got cut off because you.
No, I don't.
Are you own? That's okay. Fair enough. I didn't know you. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay.
Well, I live with my parents still. They own their home.
Oh, okay. So imagine you're gonna move out, all right, with your parents. Okay. So when you move out of your parents' house, one thing I would suggest, maybe you haven't thought of this, but most people do think of this, is when you're looking at apartments or houses in areas and you're gonna go rent a place. One of the things you do is you check out how expensive is the electricity? How expensive is the water bill? Do I have to get a gas? Okay, how expensive is gas? Because you have to budget how much money you have. It's not just rent, you have to pay utilities. Okay, so if you have City A and City B, and City A, the water costs $500 a month because the water is becoming scarce and they don't have good access to water and they haven't shipped in water in a good way. They don't like whatever, right? And City B, the water is $50 a month and the rent is the same and the square footage is the same. unless there's some significant thing that is going to make you want to live in city A that's worth $450 more a month in utilities, you're going to go live in city B. Right? Like that's the price mechanism. That's the market. So when you talk about people as if there's like, okay, you know, oh, but if we had capitalism, they'd get fucked in some capacity. It's like, I don't understand how a free market is supposed to enact this like weird punishment. What we were talking about really is we're talking again about the fascistic state of water in our current system, right? Where the government allows monopolies on these things, and there's no price mechanism, and there's no ability to compete. You can't get water to your house. You can't switch hookups from a different company in almost anywhere in America. Almost anywhere in America, if you live somewhere, water is going to be city-run water, or it's going to be some company that has a contract for the city. Like it is going to be government-run in every single capacity. And so I just don't understand how we're having these issues with the current system, and we're saying, oh, but imagine how bad it could be in a free market system. It would only be better.
Right. So I mean, I think for one, like when I
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, just real quick. When I say like people are getting fucked over, I just mean like there's essentially winners and losers. Not that it's not an overall benefit, right? Like I think globalization was an overall benefit, but there were small towns that were kind of fucked over by this. And I think just as you would see winners and losers from some, you know, the government collaboration with water utility companies, you would probably also see winners and losers from a totally free market system, even if overall it would be better.
But when we're talking about winners and losers, what we are talking
on the same page is what's going on here because
go ahead,
because
winners and losers is just a bad framing. You know it.
I think there's some bad framing going on here. So here's the thing. So New Braunfels Utilities is a private company with a state endorsed, or they're licensed by the state or city or whatever they are, right? And they're the ones that are right now pumping water away from an aquifer. Now, their justification for this originally was, hey, we're a private company. We own the land. We can do whatever we want with the water on our land. It's in an aquifer. It's groundwater. And in Texas, you have rights to your groundwater.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that no matter what they thought originally, the reality is these aquifers do not fill back up as fast as they originally thought. So, because they thought with all of the flooding, these aquifers would just refill and they could pump this water. Well, they're wrong. We're 5-10 years into this. 5 or 10 years into this debacle, they're figuring out that these aquifers are getting lower and lower. There's less and less water. And the flooding is getting worse because they're not building dams, they're not building reservoirs to hold the water. They're relying on these underwater aquifer. You don't like the word aquifer? You prefer
I didn't know you were
aquifer?
in my chat. I was literally typing out, but I feel like it'd be a dick move to mention it in.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been thinking it the whole time.
It's okay.
I didn't want to be that asshole, so I was just saying it to my chat. I didn't know you were in my chat. My bad. All right, it's aquifer.
I was like, he's mid-thing. He's not taking away from the point. I'm gonna let him finish.
It was getting under my skin, but I didn't want to be a dick and interrupt you. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know why. I don't know why I did that. But anyway. So
I feel bad. I feel bad now. I should have typed it out.
Pretty private. It is pretty privatized, and hedge funds are moving in because once this is something valuable, that's what happens. You know, more people want to own it, and they have control over it, right? So, the problem is the laws in Texas support this privatization. They support exactly what you're talking about. The city really can't come in and stop them from doing this. Now what they ought to be doing is they ought to be building lakes and reservoirs to help control their flooding and maintain, so we don't have all of these things every 4 years in Texas where half of Houston floods 1 year and Kirk County floods, okay, 2
but
years later.
So let's say I have a river from point A to point B that dumps into a lake, okay, and I want to build. There's a whole bunch of rich people, let's say, right? Because then something will be done about it. There's a whole bunch of rich people that live on this lake. And then I decide to dam that water, right? Now you can say, well, the Texas laws are, support their right.
She's been waiting like 10 minutes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. But so if I build a dam on that, my actions have directly changed the flow of water. I don't own water if the water is flowing somewhere else. Okay, I own the water, I own the land. Okay, but the water that is on my land moves off of my land very quickly. And so I disagree with your framing that this is actually some form of privatization or a private property problem.
But it is because it's literally a reservoir of water under their land. It's groundwater. It's under their land. They're pumping it out, and all water rights
your claim
laws,
is
as far
that
as I know,
you're claiming it is causing flooding, correct?
No.
That's not the claim.
No,
Like,
they assumed that because of the flooding, that would refill.
Right.
Let me give a little more background. Yeah. There's a couple things going on here, right? Because all the lakes in Texas are basically man-made except for one outside Houston, right? And they're all used for water retention, right? Then the other area we get water from is the aquifer system, right? And so it's been under assumption for a while, I guess, I don't know, when I was growing up, that they would refill, do whatever. Then we hit a drought. Then we figured out that's not how they're actually refilling, and there's underground sources, right? And what's happened is, right, and so they're like, oh, it's not.
Any geologists, like freshmen in college, could have told them that.
That's what the geologists came out there. They figured out, well, you have this thing called Texas clay. Water doesn't permeate, whatever, how much deeper than whatever. And that's why here you go a certain depth, and there's the water line, and then it's really high, and you basically have fucking rock. And so, long story short, they're figuring out, okay, the aquifers aren't refilling. There's only so much water, right? And they're basically, we have the water rights. The laws here are written basically, and they're a little bit antiquated because if I own property here, I own the water, like under my land.
Mm-hmm.
However, that water is also attached. If you drill the bottom into a lake and you just start pumping shit out, well, everybody is attached to the lake. Now you've taken all their water, but technically it's still your water because it's directly below you, right? Like
that's what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that when you're draining water and it is pulling water from someone else's property by virtue of the action of you draining water, then what we were talking about is doing damage to the property of someone else's, right? Like if I let's say I own, let's say we live in Ann Cap.
Or non-renewable resource at the end of the day. Like it's.
Did you say
renewable
water is non? What? Okay.
Well, that's the problem right there. Okay, so then it comes to this.
Okay, but
thing.
Why are we? Okay, all right. Just fuck my point. Then we're just.
Well, no. Okay, go ahead, Fabian. No, we'll go ahead.
Completely unrelated to what I was saying. All right,
but it is related because they're tied together.
No, what I'm saying is if I'm in my backyard, I live in Ancapistan, right, and then I just start pumping noxious fumes on my property in the back corner of my property. And then it starts killing all the plants or like poisoning the dog of my neighbor, right? You can't just be like, well, it was on my property. That's your fault for being my neighbor. Like, no, you did something on your property that damaged the property or persons of another person. The same thing is true if you are taking all of the water from an underground reservoir and then other people's property is being harmed in some capacity. That could be their access to water, or that could just be the fact that groundwater is important for the biodiversity and the life in their rancher or something. And all of a sudden they're like, why is my grass not growing? Why are my cows not getting a good diversity of grass? Why are there less bugs or whatever, whatever species that, creates a healthy biome that allows for really good grass-fed beef because I have all these different plants because there needs to be all these bugs. There needs to be all this wildlife. Like something is happening to my property that is directly attributable to what you did on your property. We're no longer talking about this is private. This is a privatization issue that needs socialism. This is a legal issue where you have damaged my property, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with that. And that's the thing is, I think that up until all of these major environmental catastrophes that have happened pretty semi-recently, it was how are we to say that this water is that detrimental to the environment? It's been decades of research that we've had to see the ramifications of it. So maybe there's more of an argument there, but it's too little too late for
those aren't first order consequences. So when you start getting into legal territory, at least of aggression and intent and all that other stuff, you're going to get into a problematic position once you start getting into second and third.
Well, you're saying that you're getting into an issue. You're harming my property by having that water on your property because it's harming the environment around it. So that's a direct correlation of that. It's where does the line of culpability lie?
No, you haven't addressed the issue here. And the issue here is that you're...
No, you didn't hear what I said.
No, I heard what you said.
Do you want me to re-explain it in baby terms?
You don't need to re-explain
so
in baby terms.
You said, here, I'll
so hold on. Stop. You're being stop being a child.
So basically what you said is literally that, okay, well, there's water here that's harming my dog.
Yeah, just go ahead.
There's water here that's harming my dog on your property and it's leaking into my yard. Where does like the level of culpability lie? That's what I'm saying. Duh.
Yeah. And I explained that there's a difference between first order and second and third order consequences, right? So if I'm
people that didn't go to college, could you explain?
Yeah, I'm fine with explaining it. Just don't interrupt me and like call me names because you don't understand what the hell I'm saying. It's okay if you don't get it.
What name did I call you?
Just go ahead and explain, David. Go ahead. She just asked
what name did I call you? I will though.
So
don't do that. No, just go ahead.
Right. So if I'm pumping a poisonous gas from one corner of my you good? Okay, so if I'm pumping a poisonous gas, right, on the edge of my property directly into your property, then your property is damaged, be it your dog is poisoned, your grass is killed, whatever. That's a first order consequence. And what that means is that I did an action and the direct thing that occurred right after my action was the damage of your property. Now, let's say
so all I'm saying is that we haven't had enough research up until the past couple decades for like to determine where the culpability lies because you don't see fucking all the genetic like shit until all these decades later of contaminated water, of Flint and all this stuff. Like it's a pretty recent revelation. I understood what you said. I'm like
you didn't.
Okay, let me just move it on a little bit. I got some kind of. Yeah, I mean, I think you were hitting on something though. That I think. Go ahead.
I do have one question, Fabian.
All right, then I'm gonna move it forward. Go ahead.
It's not like gotcha. Like I'm just genuinely curious because I know there are cases where you are okay with someone like keeping their natural resources and like letting other people suffer as a result, right? Like I know like you are okay with that in certain cases. Why is like
I'm comfortable with that in all cases, not certain cases. I am perfectly happy with someone keeping their property
with water. With water though, you said like you didn't believe. Well, you said you didn't believe someone would have the right to like if they owned water to harm other people's property by like using it for themselves or whatever, right?
No, that's not. That's so. No, you're confusing positive and negative rights here. Maybe I'm not sure what you're confusing. But what I said was, let's say you own water and you own the land.
Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just trying to be specific, so maybe he can chime in and follow along with me, right? So what I'm saying is
using the most unapproachable language.
Are you? Can you pipe down for a second?
Or what?
Just call that.
It's not or nothing. It's just you're just ruining the conversation.
Ruining? I think I'm keeping it exciting. Like
it's called Goose Rabba.
All right. So, anyways,
go ahead, baby. Finish that.
So, like, if let's say I own 50 acres of land, and the entire aquifer, it's a small aquifer for whatever reason, right? Is encapsulated underneath that 50 acres. But let's say that aquifer is pulling water from another source, right? You can use your water as you see fit. I agree with that. But the moment that the actions of you using your water starts to pull away from someone else's property that is owned elsewhere and is directly damaging their property, that is different than using your property as you see fit. So like if I'm in a neighborhood and I discover, for example, there's rare crystals that make up cat litter, right? And they're basically can be anywhere. It doesn't matter what type of rock or what type of landscape you're in. So let's say I discover that those crystals are in my backyard. I can turn my backyard into a fucking strip mine, right? But the moment that I'm poisoning my neighbor's land, or the moment that I'm pulling water from my neighbor's land, the moment that something I'm doing is directly attributable to damage of their property, that is different than using your property as you see wish.
Well, I want
Overexplaining does not make you smarter. Where is the level of culpability? You still haven't answered.
Yeah, I have multiple times.
Where do you draw the level of culpability? Where do you differentiate that you have
first order consequences that create property damage? I've said that multiple times.
Let me just give this to let me just give a thought exercise, and you tell me the line here, because I admit I'm a little struggling, and then I want to move the conversation forward just to be clarifying this. Right? All right. So say I own a ranch, okay? Because I do. Right. That'll be an easy example. And I have on my ranch, I have a pond. Okay, and the pond
point
feed, yeah, whatever. It feeds my land, but whatever, it's fine. Now, underneath that pond, there's a well, right, and that supplies. Now, if there's no well and it's just a pond that I fed in and it's created, we all agree I own that water, correct?
Yes.
That's all my water, right? Kind of, Fabian, is that you would agree?
Yeah, like the water in the well is your water. Yes.
Okay, I just want to know what the line is. So, like, you tell me. We're gonna go through a few of these. You just tell me when it's like becomes harm, because maybe I'm confused too. All right. So then the next is I have a well, and it provides water and it goes downstream, right? However, the main well is on my land. All the water where the well comes from is underneath my land. It comes up and there's a pond, and then it goes downstream. And other people's had their properties fed from the stream, but I own the pond and I own the source and all the water underneath it. There's no question that's on my land. Am I entitled to everything that's in there? And I could like dam off that river, the little river that streams from my pond, and keep all the stuff.
So this comes from the real fundamental question here.
Is that fine or no?
So let me explain it, and then I can kind of explain, because there's missing context that's important to be able to tell what you can and can't do with that water. So the real question is, how is private property established? And so let's say in scenario A, it's everything as you described, and none of those people existed. None of those people lived in that area, right? Let's say it was unowned land. Nobody was living or doing anything with the land. Even if it was owned by somebody, no one did anything with the land. Okay. By virtue of that water being connected to your property for, some series of time, and by virtue of you owning a majority of the surface area, the underwater area of the land, right? Then you can do whatever the fuck you want with that land. If someone comes by later, builds a house on that lake, and then you end up taking the water away, it was always your water to take away. Now, in the second scenario, let's say that you bought a house and these other people already lived there and they were already using that water. The moment you take away water from your land and it starts to pull away water from their land, you have violated their easement rights, or you've violated common property, in the sense that they had access to this water before you came in and started doing shit on your property that took their water away.
Okay. Yeah, so I see where my confusion was. Kel actually hit the nail on the head. The non-aggression pact is the key here that you're kind of making with historical ownership to the land, I guess, because I would just be like, well, they got conquered, and whoever conquered them deemed it fit to sell these parcels up, and they could do what the fuck they wanted, right? Like, so, like, this.
Well, yeah, but you don't believe that because you're so concerned about corporations in the state utilizing water in ways that are fucking you over too.
This brings me to the thing that I've been trying to move it to. Thank you for that segue. So this brings me to the Corpus Christi thing, right? So in their new solution, the great wisdom of ERCOT has come up with is, hey, we're going to fucking build desal, right? That's the new solution. And we're going to put it in this area. And they first came in there, they put it one, and the people in that area thought we're going to get the benefits, because guess what? They're also having a drought, and they had different sources of water that have dried up. So they're thinking they're going to get the benefit. Instead, that water is being pumped 800 miles away. So they're like, we're going to give you a second desal plant, which could do who knows what to the environment, because I don't think that's going to be the third largest in the world, next to a mini desal plant. It's going to be one of the most massive desalination efforts in history of man. And we're going to sit here and put it over this area. And I feel like I'm the most unsympathetic one probably on this panel, the ecological disasters. Like, I'm like, fuck it, what's best for man? But this is like, this kind of comes like runs up against the thing. Is like, when you're trying to solve a solution in the real world, like we don't live in this society currently where it's Ancapistan, and we've already got these real world problems, right? Like, do we legislate? I know I don't like that idea too much. Does the state step in? I really hate big government stepping in, but somebody's got to do something because we live here. These corporations are offering up solutions, but it seems like they're like causing new problems that are equal, if not worse, potentially. Like, now, I could also be wrong, and it could work out the best ever thing ever, and maybe we need to put desal plants everywhere. But like, I'm very hesitant to just be like, there's not going to be any negative consequence, especially when it's at the level where they're fucking giving. Even if there's no ecological disaster, you didn't solve it in that area. Why are we fucking this people over when it was promised to them in the first place? Like,
well, they have more money and power than you. They conquered you.
Yeah, well, but yeah, exactly.
Right.
I mean, yeah, but
right,
now,
like, and it's a problem, right? Like, it's fine to be the conqueror, right? The problem starts to arise when you're the conquered. Look.
I mean, to be fair, I would be directly benefiting from the shit that's happening. So,
what I will say is that this is why I called it fascistic in the beginning, and this is why it's such a problem. Is that look, I am an advocate for private property rights. I am not an advocate for privatization in name only. And very often, privatization in name only can be worse than just socialism, right? Like because it's a different form of socialism is all it is, right? Like if the state comes in and says, we have this many people living in our community, we're going to take this amount of taxes and we're going to build something to get water to all of these people. Shut up. You're paying it with your property taxes. You're not going to bitch because we need water. Then, that comes with inefficiencies and consequences that I dislike, and I would rather see privatization. But what I will say is that can often be better than, well, what we're going to do is we're going to give corporations these contracts to.
You say the most to say the least. That's all. Continue.
I find that ironic coming from you, but okay.
Let me go to. I want to go to Grid here. He's been quiet for a minute. What are your thoughts? Because I'm looking at this like politically as like a Republican kind of like thing, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm just like I want to know, like, okay, like I'll be honest. Usually, what's best for Gibbs is best for business. But like I see Texas as very part of my identity. I want my Texans to do good. I don't know if what's happening is what's good, best for Texas. And I was Grid. What are you like, especially with the water commodification? And we can expand this back to the minute in a second. But Grid, I want to know what you think at like policy wise potentially, like, or maybe non-fun. Feel free to chime in as well.
It's a really complex issue because historically, if the water's on your land, you own the water, groundwater, not flowing water, right? Let's make that distinction, right? Because Scott's right. If there's a river flowing across your property above or underground, that water goes somewhere else. You can use it, but you can't abuse it, if you understand me, right? The problem we have here is water rights in Texas and Colorado and the West in general are pretty clear cut. If it's groundwater, if it's under your property, then that's your water. Now, if somebody else can prove that, hey, this aquifer that you think is a mile wide on your 3-mile ranch is actually 6 miles wide and half of it's on my property, then maybe you can have a discussion like Scott's talking about.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Texas is fucking huge, and aquifers can certainly be on an aquifer 100% could be under one person's property.
Awesome.
And I don't know.
They should do with it whatever they want to do with it.
Right, and that's the thing is I think that this is what's going on with the. Yeah, I think this is what's going on with this new Braunfels utilities. Is I don't know that, right? I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked into it that deep. I haven't looked into property lines. I really don't. Honestly, I don't. I just, I'm talking purely theoretical here, right? I think that the biggest problem I have is that the local governments seem to be working with the with these private corporations, not in a regulatory and just as a common sense advisor, if you will, or anything like that, just kind of an oversight, but more in the as a accomplice sort of capacity, right? They're making money too.
There's a middle road here between our two
Let
positions.
him finish,
Because
asshole.
God damn.
Scott's my buddy. I'll call him asshole if anybody's gonna call him an asshole.
So I think there is a happy middle ground here. Maybe not happy, but there is a middle ground of improvement here, right? Which is that the state needs to stop awarding contracts and instead just have a water market, right? Like I understand that we're not going to get full privatization of in probably in my lifetime. Unfortunately, so many of you people are evil socialists. But regardless of that, there is a very simple solution, which is like Corpus Christi just says we will buy water from whoever is willing to pump in water or ship us water with the tax money. And then
what if you already guaranteed the water and they're not bringing it to you? Like with Mexico. Mexico's supposed to be giving us X amount of water per year to back to fucking treaties.
Interrupting the concept with a what if scenario that's different.
No, this is a real world scenario. Like, right. I mean, like I'm asking, like, how do you like legislate this in your under your theory?
Okay, so let's say, first of all, let me finish the first example, which is
Go
the
ahead.
government uses your taxes, and instead of awarding contracts that start off at 700 million and end up becoming 1.4 billion, and then the water ends up going somewhere else, etc., they just say, hey, we're willing to pay $200 million for, this set amount of water per year, yada yada yada. Okay, and then if you have an aquifer, or if you own land already that has water, then allow the market to be able to compete. Obviously, it's not the free market because it's a monopsony, because there's one purchaser of the product, which is the state, right? But it is still closer to a market solution than this fascist.
I think the concern.
We'll go to you right after,
like,
Kel. We're going to go on.
It just means one buyer instead of one seller. So it's the opposite of a monopoly, right? Like a monopoly would be like one company sells all of the whatever product, right? A monopsony would be that like there's one purchaser and no one else is allowed to purchase. So the state would be purchasing.
So I think, it seems like the general.
You showed up to a fucking panel on water rights and a discussion of politics. If you don't know any fucking terms about economics or any fucking philosophy, it's not our fault for not being approachable. It's your fault for being too retarded for this panel.
Wow, the R word. Crazy. I'm looking out for the layman. I'm asking for a friend, not myself. I know exactly what you're talking about. But
sure.
When you're condescending to people who didn't get their education, that's discriminatory.
Let's go to
I'm only condescending to people that constantly interrupt and say stupid shit.
All right, play nice. Back on subject. Non-fun.
Okay, well, Grid, like they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the concern they've raised like over and over again, it's essentially they want some more equitable, some more fair distribution of water, right? They feel like it's unfair.
No, never.
Equity
is evil.
Well, there's also long-term problems.
You don't like that.
It's also like viability and long-term like survival. Even like there's a reason why horse thievery is still like on the books, like hanging wise, because Texas is not like a forgiving climate, and it doesn't look like it's getting more forgiving, right? And water is key to that. So it's like it's really just like, listen, I'm a capitalist, but if we're literally gonna fucking die because we've used the water, like there needs to be some solutions, and we need to make some shit done. But I'm sorry, Donald, go ahead.
Right. So I mean, I think like obviously one reason that like we see like in literally every country ever and in almost every like U.S. state ever, we see some type of private-public partnership of water, or we just see like state ownership of water, is because like water just generally is a very important commodity for people to have, and state ownership is one of the ways that you can try to ensure equitable access to that. I think markets obviously struggle with equitable access, and now there are cases where I don't think equitable access matters, but for water it probably does. And I do think like state ownership or some type of public-private partnership there is a genuine solution to that issue. Now you could also do, I mean, I understand you don't like this either. I think you could also do some type of redistribution where, if small communities like simply just don't have the money to buy water, and all the water is being diverted towards bigger cities or whatever. Well, if we want a more equitable outcome, maybe we could just do some type of tax and transfer program where we transfer money to people in the smaller towns so that they can buy water and there can be a more equitable access to water.
Right.
And I think that's a fundamental issue that Gibbs and Grids have, and I don't think the free market has a very good mechanism for addressing that correctly.
I just put an aquifer map. I just put an aquifer map in the back chat, Gibbs, so you can see. So the New Braunfels one is New Braunfels is kind of like in the middle of 3 different aquifers. So I'm not really sure where they're specifically drawing from, but it could be from any one of the major ones, or it could be a smaller one.
But to the issue here,
I don't know.
Like you played a bit of a trick here, right? Which is that you presented that the people here want equity, right? I don't know that that's necessarily what people are calling for. Maybe they are. Maybe they really are that socialist. But so you did that, and then you played another trick here, which is that you're talking about how, well, what if this group has less access to water? We need some form of redistribution away from, and there's a major problem here, right? Which is a lot of the people that are most harmed by the movement of water are farmers and ranchers. Okay. And if you start saying that, oh, well, there's more people and people are more important, so we need an equitable distribution of water, then what you end up with is a rationale that moves water away from people that need a lot more water because they have farmlands, because they have cattle, because they have, right, the people that are producing your food end up getting the short end of the stick because a whole bunch of people decided to live in a city, right? And it's like, we need city people. I agree that we, like, cities obviously have like a lot of, you know, productive value, right? But we also need people that grow food, and you know, like that is necessary to our survival too. And so this concept of like, oh, well, you know, we'll just distribute the water in some way gets into the same central planning problem, you know, that burdens every socialist system, right? Like I really think it's far better to just do as I suggested, which is, if you're not going to have Ann Capasan, which I know we're not getting, is to just open up a water market. And if people are damaging other people's property, or people are stealing water via underground from other people's property, then we need to prosecute those people, not give them eminent domain and special powers to fuck over people.
Let me go to Kel. I know you've been waiting here. What are your thoughts so far? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it also directly affects like the neighboring cities and towns and stuff, like Barstow, California. Maybe not like I mean, yeah, San Diego, if you look at the graphs, I was like looking for something that I could like print to illustrate my point a little bit. But if you look at like if you have paid for like water in California, it's like exorbitant. And then I'm sorry, like during Biden's like
water in California, thank Colorado.
Yeah, no, it's literally like if you look at like Biden's time in office, it literally went from like, okay, everyone in the house chips in, like, I'm obviously like speaking from personal anecdotes that I don't have my internet really available. But it went from like literally being $30 per person to like 110, 120
Okay,
bucks
but why
a
is
person.
that? Let's dig into that. Why is water so expensive in California?
Well, because it's I think that we were trying to help the Tijuana crisis during Biden's presidency, which there's like
water prices have been a big problem before then. Right. So let me explain. So
there was a very specific point in history where the water went way up in California. Mm-hmm. It had to do with a court case. And
where?
You know,
sorry, I don't know why I have my headphones on. Like my computer's.
Oh, just a little point of history is that the state of Colorado and had a bunch of people who sued because they were literally draining the Colorado River and selling that water to California, and there was a big lawsuit over it, and they obviously you can't cut the water off to California because the entire state would go away, and so they reached a resolution, and part of that is that you get to pay an awful lot of money for the water from the Colorado River that's been diverted and extended.
So that's part of it. That's part of it, right? So
it's like barren wastelands. Like
so here's
I can't help it. You don't know history,
right?
So I'm sorry.
Right. So what
she
you
did
were
have
talking
notes.
about?
Shit, I'm sure she just is
so
PC's.
What Grid is describing. So Grib is describing one of the problems of supply of water, right? Is that California obviously needs a lot of water, and so where are we going to get the water from? There was that court case, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously California has done a lot of mismanagement of water. They could have been doing desalination plants 20 years ago, right? Instead, they were running programs much like what's occurring in Texas with like eminent domain, and they have government projects that are, you know, putting water in areas that they never finish. There's like unfinished water treatment facilities. There's a lot of problems there. But another thing that is important to discuss about California is that water should be more expensive in California. And the reason water should be more expensive in California is because, as you stated, the area is very arid. Okay. You move to California, you have this wonderful weather, right? You have these, you know, it's like 70 degrees most of the fucking year, right? In a lot of places. And so that is a premium. That's why people want to move there. The second reason that it should be more expensive is that California has changed, especially with large corporations gobbling up small farms, has put in a massive amount of almond production. And if you know anything about the production of almonds in California, you know that almonds require a lot of fucking water. There are a lot of, now granted, what?
No, Right, like, great, okay, yes, it's because of the almond soup. Like, it's like you're literally like being delusional.
I was just curious. I thought Non-Fun had something to say because he muted himself and then started talking and visibly
I
shaking
was
his
talking
head.
to my chat. I made a point about
He's just making fun of us, Scott. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
We all,
yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you got something to say. I thought you had something to say about it.
No, I wasn't making fun of you. I was making a point about the immense honeybee suffering that occurs because of almond farming in California. Don't worry about it.
Well, most of that has been solved. But previously, like about a decade ago, there was a lot of problems with bringing bees all across the country to pollinate, and then whatever diseases one bee population had would then carry over. And then,
Word.
Yeah. So, so in short,
do you have something to say?
If what you were saying is true, that if it had stayed this way, where it's like, okay, you have to pay a little bit more. No, it is true, like initially. But if the system had stayed that way, where it's like, okay, you're paying a little bit more because you have to get it imported water, like basically, right? Like if you've been to Catalina.
Yes, you're importing water.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But I'm like, it's not like these companies are like going back and putting these money into, like, it's basically not monopoly, like we've talked about. They're not putting it into like sustainability, accessibility. They're literally like laying off workers, like cutting profits.
Cal, calm down. Let me explain something to you that I'm sure Fabian and Non-Fun have already figured out. There was a court case, which means there was a judgment, which means that a court said this is how this is now going to go. The state of California doesn't have a choice.
Right. Okay. But I'm just saying, it's not like these companies are using.
There's no competition. Nobody. There was no new provider. There's one Colorado River, and California is benefiting from it. And instead of restricting water flow to and enabling, a large chunk of Colorado, Utah, and a couple other states to flourish, they kept the water going to California, but California has to pay for that as part of the court case. Now that's like, how that works.
I didn't know that until today, so I'm like, thank you for explaining that to me. But regardless of the state, like, it's not, bro, if it's like state versus state, like, fuck Texas, fuck California. If it's us versus us, we're all gonna lose. It's gotta be like us versus the government type shit. That's serious, because like, even if maybe it's not 3,900%. Well, maybe it's not 3,900% increase for you guys.
Hold on, let her cook. I'm all for us versus the government right now.
Texas, if you're buying a fucking gallon of smart water at like $1.50 or $2, you're still paying like a fucking 3,000% increase than
why are people still retarded enough to buy bottled water? Like who are these people that are buying bottled water?
I mean, I saw
like
a funny
just get an expensive good water filter.
I mean, just to illustrate your point right there, I saw a good map today, and it said countries where you can drink the tap water, and it had like U.S. and a whole bunch, and it said countries that Russia and China hate, and it was all the same countries. And I thought that was interesting because I thought I don't know how it applies this, but yeah, I think the water right thing is real complex here though, because okay, we see in California where we have overstate influence. Right, and then I'm here in Texas, and I'm about as fucking anti-state as they come without being a libertarian for most of the time. And I'm over here going, all right, listen, I'm directly benefiting from where the water's going now, but in 20 years when there's no fucking water left, I'm gonna be real fucked. So like, yeah, maybe I'm benefiting now, and I'll last longer than some of these other people. And maybe I benefit from them dying off, and I get their land. But like in the long, like this is not a sustainable thing in the long term here, and the solutions seem like they're gonna equally fuck the region over to the point that nobody. This is like it's all like I'm not even a climate change guy, but like we do impact the environment, and this is one of those times where I'm going, all right, guys. We've seen examples on like little remote islands where we don't manage the environment right, and we do some shit and it wipes people out. This is really becoming one of those issues here, and I'm not really hearing any legislative solutions. Like, no offense to Fabian, like although I agree with you in philosophy on a lot of this, that's not solving this problem. And then I'm hearing from Cal, which she's advocating for basically, okay, we want water as a human right. Well, that's not going to work because we see when we have open monopolization, I can't even talk. You know what I'm trying to say. We have it over that, and that's what we have to do to this court case in California. That's a prime example of why that's bad. And then I live in Texas, and it's the total opposite. Like there needs to be a real solution here.
Okay, so what is my solution lacking? What is my solution lacking?
I've got some.
The fact that it's like I don't disagree with your solution overall. If we're gonna like reset the system, but like with the current
no. I offered. Hold on. You must have missed it. I offered an olive branch solution, which is that we should stop building plants with government contracts to corporations and instead open a water market where the state takes a portion of your tax dollars and says whoever has water and can bring it to us can buy it to us, and then allow the market. Obviously, it's not a free market, but it can still be a competitive market to deliver the cheapest water possible, as opposed to giant government budgets that balloon to extreme degrees, like the Corpus Christi desalination plant that is now almost double what the original price was.
Well, yeah. Let me ponder that. Get back to you. I don't necessarily disagree, but I need to think about it some before I really examine it. But yeah, go ahead. I take back. Nobody's already anything. I'm not sure that. I think I have some objections, but I don't have them fleshed out in my head yet. But I'll go ahead, Grid, and then I'll go to non-con and you tell.
There's some policies that need to be, if not put in place, if they're already in place, they need to be enforced, and if they're not, they need to be in place. One of those is they need to restructure, amend, whatever. I don't know how it's written, and I kind of understand Colorado and Texas is really similar, but the rule of capture needs to be changed to incorporate reasonable use doctrine to prevent abusive extraction of water, right? So the rule of capture, obviously is any water that you capture on your land, you can use it however you want, but that needs to, the reasonable use language should be put in there. I think the GCD authority needs to be strengthened, I guess, and prohibit state override. Right now, one of the problems you have in Texas specifically is the state is overriding the local authority in some cases. Obviously, much like in Colorado, one of the things that did come out of the California case is they banned out-of-county water exports without very specific guidelines and laws. So, and most of those have to be approved by local voters, not somebody in Houston or wherever. So I would think that would be normal, and then recognize groundwater as a protected asset in Texas law, so that it can't just be pumped away, as Scott's saying. And then I don't know how you do it, but it just seems weird to have water as a hedge fund future, right? Like we shouldn't be able to. We shouldn't be able to trade futures in.
You want to be black-pilled? You want to be really black-pilled? That's mostly what Michael Burry invests in.
I understand.
Water,
it
like
seems
they invest
really
in like
strange if we
water-rich
do that.
farmland and like and water land rights.
Yeah,
and that's
I
the
know.
scariest thing, because that's the guy that saw the 2009 financial collapse before anybody else.
Let me just move to non-farm. What do you got policy-wise? Then I'm gonna go to Kel. What do you think policy-wise might be a good solution? Because I'm really interested to hear some different thoughts. And what do you got for me, non-farm? Do you have any policy prescriptions you might try out?
To Econovoy too much, because I feel like
sure. I mean, he's a Texan too, so he's like dealing with this on the ground. Now, I gotta be honest. Me and him are probably on the further stage of the spectrum, but you can de facto rep him on this, so that's fine. I did ask him.
He would just get rid of all the farmers and then allow corporations to come in and buy it in large amounts.
True. Well, first of all, easy solution, actually, get rid of the farmers. You're gonna have those anyway. But second of all, I think I don't know. I feel like there is probably a model public ownership that does work for like utilities. I think there's at least there's at least mixed evidence that like state-owned utility companies can do as well, if not better, than private companies. So I think there's probably state ownership model that works. I think.
What does that look like to you? Like, do you have like an idea what that looks like?
It would look like either the state of Texas or maybe certain counties, like just own either nationalizing, buying out, or creating their own like state-owned water company, and they would probably have you probably have some like profit maximizing goal, along with maybe like some social incentive as well. Like I guess if you're doing public ownership, you probably do want the state-owned enterprise to ensure some level of equitable access to water.
Interesting. Cal, what are your policy prescriptions? What do you have for me here?
Yeah, like equitable access. Yeah, it's just about like sustainability. It's literally one of the only things that you die with, like within like 48 hours or whatever. Stand by what I said about fucking a whole lot of lip service for a whole lot of nothing. Like about what you're saying, you just reiterate your same point. And also, it's our Wi-Fi's out. It's not me. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. I want to go examine that because I think that actually is a good segue into like another portion of this is generally I would go against the water as a human right argument, right? And I'm not very sympathetic to that. However, I think whenever like actual issues of like regional or species survival come up into discussion, I think that is something. Or like if you're gonna have to change your culture so radically that you're no longer going to have like a ranching or farming industry in Texas because there's no fucking water, I think that is, equally bad. I think bad enough that maybe we need to like consider some of these things like in some kind of context. I mean, would y'all disagree with this? I'm sure Fabian disagrees with that.
Oh, is that a segue to me? Yeah, of course I disagree with that. I think the private market is far better at conserving nature than is government. I think government, the moment that you put the government in charge of necessary elements of survival to humanity, is the moment that you cede power to the government. I mean, everyone talks about the Second Amendment, but what happens when the government has the ability, has full control over all water? Like, I think that's a terrible, terrible risk.
Yeah, that's fucking terrible.
Better than Nestle?
You know
better
what I
than Nestle paying fucking $197 once a year and fucking charging you like
yes, better. Yes, better than Nestle. Nestle, yes, better than Nestle. Nestle. You can look at case studies, right? You can look at how does the Great Lakes look under Nestle's usage versus how does Flint, Michigan look, right? Oh, it's interesting. It's interesting when the government has full control, people get poisoned. When corporations have full control, even in that regard, the Great Lakes rise, the nature heals.
Hold on, okay, go ahead, Kel, real quick.
3,900% price increase. That's all.
Well,
I don't know where you got your math from.
Well, okay,
but I don't buy it at all.
Well, hold on. Let me just propose.
If it's a 3,900% increase then why doesn't someone just sell bottled water for 50 cents?
Hold on. Let me just
that's retarded.
Let me ask you a question, Kel. Okay, let's take your example. Nestle's bad, right? I'm going to give you a real world example. Hold on, just hear me out, Fabian, real quick, because I got somewhere real quick with this. I want to see what her thoughts are. Nestle's bad, because you actually might have moved me back on your side some with this one. Nestle's bad, according to Kel, and she's got some evidence, and you can disagree with that. Let me ask you this, Kel. Do you like the idea that the Taliban controls all the fucking water, and they're now cutting off the water to all these other countries, and because specifically they don't like certain ethnic minorities?
Better question: do you like Israel controlling all the water to Palestine?
Right on it.
I mean, I don't think she's going to fight that battle.
From the springs ourselves. Like, oh God, I'm sorry. Was your name Kel? Sorry. You just.
I saw. Yeah, I mean, do you like the idea of like like
authoritarian government? What happened?
Yeah, which is better? Like, Nestle doesn't have the power.
No, it's not one or the other. It should be like a fucking. We are able to like go down to the fucking spring and get it. But I'm like, here we are with like the liberal take, like, oh yeah, like build the system from the ground up. I'm like, I'm not saying that's 100% solution, but I don't think like either is the ideal solution, but I think government would probably be more like morally incentivized or just like publicly incentivized. Because like, what are we gonna do about like?
What happens when they're morally incentivized to do something bad, like cause like a genocide by cutting off water to an ethnic group, like the Taliban is openly professing to do? Like they morally feel justified to do that. They're a moral actor, right? Like I don't know how you say a government is going to be a better moral actor when you have governments that are like have different sets of morals. Like whose morals? Right, like
I mean, I obviously don't think
generally government. I'm like United States government. That's like
okay, fair enough. Go ahead, Nathan.
Look, I mean, obviously, I don't think you see these issues in like more democratic and transparent, countries, right? Like that's why like state-owned enterprises don't work very well in Venezuela, but state-owned enterprises do work okay in Norway. And I think you could also like a state-owned enterprise.
Yeah, democracies have never turned authoritarian before in history.
That's
never happened.
It'd be weighing
5, 7
like
It's
if you're weighing,
cool.
like, the
It's
risk
cool.
of-
Ignore history. Give all the government. Give all the power to the government.
Justice for non-fun.
No, I mean, look. First of all, if the government, turns authoritarian, like they could just seize the private water companies anyway, right? So I think you just have to weigh whatever risk you think there is of the U.S. turning.
Well, that would cost manpower. That would cost military operations. That would cost resources, as opposed to just already having the power.
I guess there'd be a fixed cost to nationalizing the water industry, but that I guess that
yeah, there would obviously.
I don't think that'd be. I don't think that if the U.S. is turning authoritarian.
Why would it be fixed? I'm sorry. Why,
well, no,
why
but
would
you
that
would be
fixed?
aiding in them turning authoritarian by giving them more power over natural resources. Like you would be part of the problem, making the government more authoritarian.
Well, again, I think that, you just have to weigh how likely do we think this is to happen versus
hold
under.
on 1 minute here.
Go ahead, Greg. Yeah, go ahead. Get it in.
I don't know, man. I'm hearing
name
Trump's
me
a
one-
fucking fascist Nazi every other day.
No,
So I don't know. Where all of a sudden
that's
we're
what
like,
he's
what?
saying.
This
Hold on.
country will be great forever and always.
You can have the state-owned enterprises can work well when a country is democratic, when their government is transparent, and when a lot of these state-owned enterprises are both managed independently and sometimes even have a profit-maximizing goal. And also, a state-owned enterprise doesn't even necessarily have to be a monopoly. Now,
There's an
with
even
water,
better way of managing things independently.
likely-
Privatize.
Moderator.
Kels, you
No,
have
I
no
got it. I got
fucking
it.
room to talk to anybody about anything, especially fucking interrupting. Relax.
I will moderate, Kel. I got it. This is not my first panel. I promise. I've done this once. It's
Just
fine.
non-fun.
Hold on. Just go ahead. Non-fun, finish out. And I do want to go to grid. And go ahead, non-fun, finish out.
Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously, we can manage them independently. It doesn't necessarily have to be a monopoly. And now, of course, in water, it likely would be a monopoly simply because they tend to, that tends to be a natural monopoly anyway. But you can still manage it independently and transparently.
No, you're calling about making a monopoly. What is this?
I-
Hold on, that's a bullshit. Back up the claim that water just becomes a natural monopoly.
Now,
Well, let's hold on. Let me go to grid here, and then I'll let non-fun respond.
I'm very curious, non-fun. You say nationalizing it would have a fixed one-time fixed cost, right? How is that even possible?
Well, so if the U.S. became like an authoritarian regime, there'd be a fixed cost to them deploying resources to go into these water plants and nationalize them, right? You only have to take over the water plants one time. There are obviously variable costs after that, but there's a fixed cost towards nationalizing these industries.
Okay, and who bears those costs?
It'd be the government of this authoritarian regime.
The taxpayers, unfortunately.
And where do they get their money?
Probably the taxpayer, right?
All right, yeah. So it's not one time and it's not fixed, and it's but it is authoritarian. So okay, all right. I just want to make sure I understood. I wanted to make sure I understood.
Hold on, I just want to bridge the gap here because I think we're being a little disingenuous to non-fun's analogy here. I think what he's saying is, I will just hear me out. I think what he's saying is right. Let's say you have a government that and this is I think the difference in the point, right? One side's we're over here arguing. Yeah, the state owns this monopoly and they got it through power given it to them. It's like Palpatine. They turned all the emergency powers over him. He controls it. He got it. Non-fun's not arguing that's not true. I think non-fun's only saying is well, if they're authoritarian and they really take over real fast in a coup, or they take over via all one-party power, there's only one initial cost of sending the troops out and taking over it. It's not that hard for them to take this step on their own.
I agree with him.
I
agree with him. What I'm saying, I'm not being disingenuous. What I'm saying. Well, no, I was the one that initially brought this up, right?
Well, you and Grid both were kind of fighting him on that, with the taxpayer.
No, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is this. Well, no, what I'm saying is this: is that the state and the merge of corporations and pseudo private institutions, the whole apparatus, as Mitch's Mobile calls it, the cathedral, right, is made up of almost uncountable pieces. And so this would just be one piece towards authoritarianism. Now, if we keep all things equal, I agree that if we had a private market of water where there was a bunch of companies competing in a water market to sell to the state, right, that would be a very minimal cost increase for the state if they became, aggressive towards its citizens and wanted to cut water off, to go send in troops or something, or, buy out some corporate CEO and get control of that water very quickly. What I'm saying is that it's one piece,
that always works.
and it's death by 1,000 cuts. Every time you're like, well, let's just give another right, another authority, and another mechanism of control to the government, that you have to recognize that is in an amalgamation of all of these other pieces. So I agree with Nonfon that if all other things being equal, that wouldn't actually be that big of a deal. But the problem is that we have this conversation about how the government ought nationalize things, and how the government ought have more regulations, and how the government ought have more control, and how corporations are too greedy on a daily fucking basis. And daily we are ceding ground to socialists to give more power to the state. And this is just one more mechanism of control.
Who?
I'm sorry, what?
Who's ceding ground to socialists? Give me 2 examples. Since you said every day 3 times, give me 3 examples of how we are ceding it to socialists.
Trump increasing the national debt, and with the big beautiful bill.
I'm pretty sure like the last 4 or 5 presidents in a row have increased the national bill.
So there you go. There's 4 or 5 examples.
That would be his argument right there.
That makes literally no sense. I said specifically about that president.
Well, hold on. I mean, okay, fine. I can give you 3. But creating the Department of the Government Efficiency.
Oh, okay, you're here, Captain Save-A-Ho. Go ahead.
No, it's not. I mean, listen. I know Fabian is. Hold on. Kel. Kel, absolutely. Fabian doesn't need me to save him. But I do take umbrage with your point there. I'm
just trying not to be too much of an asshole and scream over the entire panel.
I'm trying to take over. I'm trying to take control here, because you're asking these 3 examples, and then you give 4 or 5 your example yourself, and then you go back to. So I'm like, fine, I'll take over.
I'm not asking for fucking 4 examples of the same thing. I'm asking for 4 different examples.
Obviously. Okay, I will give you 4. I'll give you one right now.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking Fabian. I don't want to hear from you. I don't care.
Well, that's too bad. It's my goddamn panel. So listen, you're gonna hear. You're gonna hear.
Irrelevant.
All right, cool. Well, let's watch this. So Captain Save-A-Ho is talking now, and what he's saying is, it's one, Doge is a socialist program, because you're building a new agency to go in there, or we don't have to go into all the nuts and bolts why it's not a new agency or whatever. But it's expanding government power. I've seen the big beautiful bill. I've seen other examples, of Trump going in here with just with the like, I don't know, some of the treaty making, some of the foreign policy stuff he's done. I mean, there's a litany of lists of things you could go to that I don't think is really hard whenever Trump has expanded government power, like in multiple aspects. And this is saying as a kind of a conservative guy that, big government always wants to be bigger. I don't know how that's not socialist in some regard. What do you have to say to that, Kel? I'll give you a chance to talk.
Oh, I don't know how that's not socialist in some regard. I don't feel the need to engage with it, because I wasn't asking you about that. I was asking Vivian. I'm not gonna get the Save-A-Ho's responses.
You don't care. It's not hard. Fucking tariffs are a giant fucking thing.
That you understand the basics of it. I was asking Fabian, but now that you've over-explained it for me,
you fucking hold on. You think I don't understand socialism? That you're the big brain here? Really?
I'm this guy's in one ear and out the other. I was down to engage with it. It's it came from Fabian, but I'm it's completely irrelevant. I understand that you understand it, Gibbs.
Are you normally like this, or is this just drugs? Which is it?
I think it's not drugs. I'm
just curious at this point.
I'm aren't you?
You're a fascinating subject of retard.
Wow, the R word again. Very progressive.
Yeah, I don't care.
Such a libertarian.
Not progressive.
Let me go to Law and Fun. I see you laughing. Do you object to my and Fabian's qualifications of socialism description of the government? Sure, I do.
I think a better definition of socialism is just government control of production. I think state-owned enterprises do fit that definition of socialism.
That's a fucking such
I don't think. True.
Say that again, Don. What was the cope? I'm sorry, I missed the cope he's saying. What was it?
I think socialism implies government or collective control of production, and I don't think increase in the national debt necessarily means that. I do think state-owned enterprises are socialists, but I don't think.
But the problem is that socialism was coined by Marx. Yes, they use it slightly before that in the French Revolution and a little before that, but Socialism is a form of praxis towards communism. It's not any type of policy goal. You're using a definition of like the state owning the means of production from like Marxist Leninism, right? It's a convenient way for you to hide what is and isn't socialism, so that you can claim socialist policies aren't socialist.
Can you explain to the idiots in the crowd, please? Like, what if we don't all get your big boy like college speech, please?
It's the movement of history through time. All right, you're gonna have to I don't know that anybody can succinctly. Yeah, because it's fucking Engels being better than Marx at describing a fucking incomprehensible ideology because it's contradictory.
Look out for the idiots like me in the audience who want to engage with what you're saying critically. I feel like you just do a lot of lip service with like fucking random college terms that I'm like, okay, this means jack shit to the average person. Assume we all don't know what you're talking about it.
Kels, I think I've already explained it succinctly and sufficiently for the average person. I just think you're far below intellectually the average person.
For sure, dude. I'm like, bro, have heard this from multiple people. I'm like, your vocabulary is like completely unapproachable. Okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm thinking I've heard layman.
Okay, go ahead, non-fun. Go ahead.
I don't even know. First of all, I don't really think it's even like a Marxist-Leninist definition of socialism. Like under the definition I provided, like you could argue that Norway is like about 50% socialist. But
hold on, let non-fun go. Go ahead.
Right. So like under the definition I just used, like you could argue Norway is about 50% socialist, but Marxist-Leninists would not say Marxist is socialist because Norway is not a dictatorship of the proletariat working towards the ultimate end goal of communism, right? I think they would include like more things in it.
Yeah, you could say for whatever fucking reason that a country has a quantifiable percentage of socialism, but if you just like socialism, like for example, fucking Marx was pro-nationalism as much as he was anti-nationalism. He was pro-nationalism in Poland. He was pro-nationalism in Ireland because the process of socialism, the process of awakening class consciousness and of gaining the power back is what socialism is. It is not, it's a transitory state. And so when you have policies that are designed to get rid of free market capitalism and to get rid of and to center power, presumably to fix the contradictions of capitalism from that perspective, then those are socialist policies. Especially when you're fucking advocating for the state taking over water, right? Which is like the whole conversation's kind of silly, you know?
I think that is silly. I think the state taking over water is like socialist. I think state-owned enterprises are socialist. I don't think, like Gibbs said, Doge is socialism. You said the big beautiful bill is socialism. I don't think those can reasonably fit under.
Joe, just to hear me out, I think you'll maybe be able to agree with this part of what I'm trying to say when I say this. I know Fabian is pretty much of all government socialist aspects. When I'm saying Doge and the big beautiful bill, I don't mean they're like by definition they're like, oh, they're pushing socialist, like when we think traditional socialist policies and like traditional, this politician's a socialist, yada yada, he's doing this for socialist, expressly socialist views. What I'm saying they're socialist, I'm viewing it as expansion of government social services inherently is socialist, right? The more you add to any government, like for example, and that's even before socialism as a word existed, like the king providing services at the taxpayers' expenses to people he's taking money from, that's like a social, like that's socialism. That would be my kind of word I'm thinking in its purest form, like its purest definition, just like it's literally any kind of thing when you're doing this for the social aspect you're paying. Now, as far as is it like a socialist party policy? No, I wouldn't say that the big beautiful bill or Doge is. However, the reason why it's also socialist in addition to that, in my eyes, is say like the Dems come in or a Republican that I don't necessarily agree with, and they expand Doge and give it a bunch of powers and it starts doing a lot of things and it's not doing what it's. These are all like aspects of that. And so when Fabian brought up the point, and I was really like I was really kind of maybe looking for some kind of government regulation. Now I'm really terrified about the concept of the government owning the water at all. Like that, like having the power over it. That is goddamn terrifying to even consider. Like if from the ramifications long term,
his social credit score's gone up. Better fucking make his water more expensive.
Well, yeah, like I mean, when's that happening, bro? Like already,
cities already do this, and like we don't see that happening. Norway, most European countries do this. You don't see that happening. Like I don't think we should see that.
Europe has never turned fascist or communist before.
Again, like if the country turns fascist or communist, they likely can just take over the water anyway. But all right.
So just give the government more and more power, because once they turn authoritarian, they'll just take whatever they want anyway.
Well, I
so
think
why does it matter if we give the
if
government more authority and power?
If we're concerned about the equitable distribution of water, that's something a state-owned enterprise.
You're the only one that keeps saying you're concerned with the equitable distribution of water. You're the only one. You're the only one parroting commie gibbly.
Can I ask you a question, Anfon? Like, so let me, So you're up Europe. Like, I guess I'm not gonna be bad faith and bring up like, I don't know, Mideast in the bath party or something. But like, I guess I just did, so I did this. So now I feel like a dick. But let me just try again here. Let's just look at Europe. Like when we look at Europe, like they're like the Nazi party. What's so scary about what they did is they literally were given the keys to power, right? Like that's kind of the terrifying thought. And it's not that they had to do the initial like takeover, like you're saying. Like if we have a military junta come over in, I'm like less afraid of the military junta coming in and doing that, because they're gonna get resistance. Like yes, it's only a one-time cost, and once they control it, there's gonna be like a resistance at every level, hopefully, here in the US, as opposed to like we gave
What do you mean? What was wrong with the Strength Through Joy program? It was just factory beautification and workers' rights.
Isn't that inherently more terrifying that you gave the fox the keys to the hen house and now it owns it and runs it, as opposed to like, I don't want to be the cow going into the slaughter factory. I'd much rather like have my guard up and force them to take it from me, even if it is the one-time toss. Like, do you see like the inherent like scary factor here, or like is it just fear mongering?
I don't believe that should be a big concern in the U.S. or most other democratic countries, especially when the state-owned enterprise doesn't even necessarily have to be a monopoly, and it can be an independent agency. I don't think that is a serious concern. I think that's.
Grid, what do you think? You've been quiet for a while here. Grid, what are your thoughts here?
I think it all. I think when you have non-fun on a panel, it's always going to devolve into state-run, nationalized, socialist nonsense. So I was just listening. I've heard all the arguments before. There's nothing new.
Yeah, non-fun's more capitalist than many of his fellow patriots on the left. Would you argue that you're all?
I still listen to him.
Would you argue that you're always going to put forth state controlled like policies here, like this kind of thing? You think there's a purely capitalist solution, non-fun?
I don't know if there's a purely capitalist solution. Like I think I don't know. Like
what's a minimal like government? Like if you could let's just build a bridge here, right? Because I feel like you are more capitalist. Some of you're like
is the company going to get the contract for that bridge, or is it going to be private?
Yeah. So if you're going to do this, right, we're going to live in our world we live in. Like, what are you going to propose to be like? What could be like a bridge you could build with like a neocon, perhaps? Like, what would be a bridge? Because neocons and neolibs. Like, how could you propose this to somebody like on the right or like moderate? Like, what would be like a policy that's minimal government interference that gives you a capitalist solution?
I think I would just say like have a mostly privatized water market, or like an entirely privatized like water market, and then just do some level of redistribution with taxes that we can agree are sort of the least bad taxes, right? Like I think if you taxed either land or taxed resource rents or did a consumption tax, I think those are taxes we should all agree are the lesser evils to taxation at the very least.
Can we pick your apart? Because the first half is what I was saying, right? Which is have a private water market where counties and states pay for water. Okay, and then you said we need to do some form of equitable redistribution of water within that. So how does that work? What does that what does that look like? What do you mean by that?
So kind of like we were talking about earlier. So I think if you like fully privatized the water market, obviously the concern we might have there, which Gibbs and Grid were talking about earlier, is we might see some level of inequitable access to water. We might see some small towns get fucked over or whatever. And I think you could have a tax and transfer system where you could tax certain people and transfer income to other people and enable them to essentially buy water that they otherwise couldn't have bought.
But why would they be unable to buy water? Why would they be fucked over? If you have a water market and the town is purchasing the water, you're saying the whole town can't scrounge up the money, or the whole county can't?
So that's interesting, kind of, actually. I do want to think about that. Let me engage with that if you don't mind, Fabian. Just let me step in real quick because I want to just flesh that out a little bit. So just to be clear what your argument is, you're saying, say like I'm town, Peggy, Texas, and I'm not getting any water. but the taxes would be gifted this town because they're taking water from my region, so that I could buy water from the water market to offset the fact that they've taken the water from my region. Is that kind of what you're proposing?
Gibbs, have you ever driven the
Yeah.
I-5 from LA to San Francisco?
No.
Unfortunately.
There's a bunch of massive signs that says the government is denying farmers water.
I saw that shit on the thing for the first time on the grid.
Well, that's not what Nonpon's proposing now. He's kind of like, I'm kind of like, I kind of
The government is literally denying farmers, the people who produce food, water.
Yeah, but that's
it's
a
also
different
illegal for them
situation.
to collect rainwater too.
But that's a different situation than what like we have here, right? Like I'm trying to like think of an offset, right?
Sure.
Like obviously we
that's
disagree with what California's got going on.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm saying that when we say that we want government involved in these things beyond simple regulation of, hey, it needs to be X pure, it needs to be, it needs to be safe, it needs to be healthy, that kind of thing. Beyond
why
that,
would you be okay with tariffs and not be okay with something like that? Like at the most fundamental level, right? So you don't like tariffs?
I think they're useful for a short term, but I'm not a particular fan of them.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is,
I think Trump's correct to implement tariffs right now.
Well,
However,
right,
I think if
but
they
what
go
I'm
too
asking-
far, then there's a very real chance they could be harmful.
Well, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. I guess what I'm asking is, why would this be like on its most pure form at the micro level? Like, why is this not any different than a tariff? All they're doing is tariffing an area that's taking water from one area to make sure that the area that they're taking from is getting paid back for the resource they no longer have at a fair rate, despite like these other people getting it.
No, that's not what's happening. That's not what they have. The water.
Right, I know that
water is being sent into the cities, and instead of growing food,
right,
they're
I
sending
understand that's
it
what's
to
happening
cities.
now. I said, right, this is like a proposition for like how to fix that, like potentially. What do you have a problem with it? Like a what'd you call that non-fun? A balance, a trade, and
I just said some type of tax and transfer system.
Yeah, tax and transfer. Would you have like on its face like some kind of offsetting mechanism like that, Grid? Because that's a privatization.
I don't think the government should be involved in it at all. I actually.
Well, what is your solution?
Hold on. No,
Yeah,
you
go
guys
ahead.
are misunderstanding my analogy, I think, right? Because yes, I want a fully Kels, stop.
Or what?
Or you'll just derail the conversation with more retard takes. Like, just stop.
I will give you a chance to speak, Kelly, in a moment. You can say all the takes you want here. Just let him talk. And then go ahead.
The analogy that I gave, obviously, I want full privatization of everything, right? And I said, ANCAP isn't going to be realized probably in my lifetime. It is the natural, logical conclusion of human progress because socialism is dysfunctional. But we'll get there eventually. And I'm just trying to speed it up. But nevertheless, my olive branch was counties, cities, municipalities, whatever, can buy water. We don't need some fucking new form of equitable distribution. All these places already have budgets, and places that have a lacking budget already get state funding to increase their budget if they have a lacking budget. Like literally what I suggested and what Nonfon suggested are the same thing, but he's just like adding more shit to it really for no reason, right? Like if a county is lacking funds for water, obviously the state of Texas would divert some of their funds to fund water in that county if they were lacking funds in some capacity. Now, I think there are problems with this because I think what it does is it unfairly punishes people that need more water. I think it unfairly benefits people that live in cities. I think it is. I think it's inefficient. There are a whole lot of things I have issues with this, but this is the best thing that I can offer that I would support that gets us away from the current problem, which is this eminent domain and corporate contracts and these plants that are funded by the government that are blowing up and becoming like way more expensive than they need to be because companies know once they get a contract that they have you by the balls and then they can be like, oh, this costs more money. And then the government and different interest groups and people get involved in testing and things. And the budget keeps going up and up and up and up. And it would be far more efficient if we had a market involved in this. Like, we don't need to discuss the merits of a distribution system and any of that. That's already a thing in our current system, when a county is lacking funds, they petition the state for resources, as well as states do the same thing from federal agencies.
Yeah, but there's plenty of examples where that doesn't always pan out exactly how it should be. I'm like, this is like, it's like a different example, but obviously like walk with me a little bit. Okay, there's this high school. It's like the high school that I went to. And the county told, it's obviously like a micro example, but the county told them 30 years ago or whenever, they're like, don't build a school out there. It's a terrible place to build a school because there's only one road out there and one road on the way back. And they're like, well, it's a charter school. It's small, blah, blah, blah. 10 years later, the school's booming. They end up building a casino at the very, very end of that like same road. So the traffic in the morning is just like unbearable. It's like LA traffic all of a sudden. And they contact the county. They're like, hey, we need help. We need to build another road like here. And the county's like, tough luck, Buttercup. We told you fucking 30 years ago that you shouldn't build a school there. And it's like, okay, sometimes like we don't have like or like the people in charge don't have the foresight. And then the people down the line are just fucked because of it.
Yeah, this is why we should privatize the roads, but that's not really like an answer to like my olive branch. Like I agree there are inefficiencies with using socialism in building schools and building roads and in municipalities, right? I am only arguing that a more private solution is more efficient and will allow for a market to open up. And just as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, once we have a private water market, then it'll be a lot easier to transition us to a private system because there will already be a built market of a bunch of different companies that are able to compete and sell water. But, you know, that's a down the road thing.
Let me challenge that with, what do you think just people, walk with me here. Fabian, what do you think 3 counter arguments to your proposition would be?
Which proposition? And why do I need to give you counter arguments?
Your olive branch.
From which perspective?
My thought process as well, right?
From what perspective?
The olive branch perspective. What do you think would be a
no, I mean
argument?
Like from a capitalist perspective or from a socialist perspective or from a nat socialist? What perspective?
From a layman's perspective. From a retard's perspective. Is that what you
I'm
want?
assuming. Why would I try and no. No, I'm not engaging.
Accessibility.
No.
Let me.
I'm not going to give you specifically arguments like.
Let me just. I mean, we got 15 minutes here. Let me. I don't want to engage in the three counter arguments thing either because.
I'm coming in again because Fabian doesn't know how to talk normal people. I'm like.
Well, listen. Once again, I don't think that's what's happening here, Cal. To be totally. Yeah, listen. Fabian, I've debated Fabian many times. I'm sure he can argue in the counter argument thing. That's not really the goal I want this conversation.
I was just asking for an ideological position.
So I get.
Different times, but I'm like, you wouldn't let him engage with that. I'm like, there's an obvious counter argument to that.
So what is it then? Just tell me what the counter argument is.
Present it.
I told you 3 times. I'm like, that's why I was asking you to present it. I'm not gonna fucking engage with Captain Sabo. It's crazy.
Well, present this supposed counter argument that you have from the layman's perspective.
Oh my god, you guys! I fucking talked. I'm like, Gibbs, you wouldn't let him engage with it if you guys don't know what.
Now you're just bitching. Like the floor is yours. Do you have an argument?
Problem?
Just make the argument real quick.
No,
just make the argument so we can move on the conversation here. Go ahead. But you got what is your argument, Kel? Just lay it out real fast one more time.
Nah, you missed your chance, Gibbs.
All right, cool. All right, go ahead, Grant. What are your thoughts on this? Do you agree with this proposal Fabian's put forward? I see some problems with it, I think, but I'm not sure that I can.
No, I made my proposal very, very clear early on, right? Like there's I think there's like 4 or 5 things that need to be done policy-wise as far as the government is concerned. None of them that would be an overreach or in any way onerous to anyone.
Well,
and then I think.
Let me ask
you can reiterate. I agreed with most of yours as well.
I want to move it on one more thing. This is another piece. So I brought up Mexico not following their 1994 water treaty. Do we think that we should do something about this? There should be like some kind of military action. Should there be some kind of sanction? Should we kind of like do something? I feel like this is maybe something that should have been negotiated further in a trade deal potentially. I know Non-Fon's probably gonna laugh about that. Maybe we should prepare from harder. It doesn't seem anything's being done to get this water treaty fixed. Lived up to. What do you think about that, Greg? What do you think we should do here with something in regards to that? Let's get a real world policy here.
I mean, I gave my policy prescription.
Well, on the water treaty specifically, you think we should force Mexico to enforce
water
it somehow?
treatment facility? Or are you talking about the one in Corpus?
No, there's a
Christi that you were talking about earlier?
1994. There's a 1994 deal with Mexico where they're supposed to supply us with water and they aren't. Right. I think it's a little bit separate. It's something Trump should have negotiated.
That would be separate.
Mexico.
But here, listen, part of the problem here, Gibbs, that we keep, and I've talked about it a couple of times, we keep kind of talking around it, is we already have historical water rights. We have, we've had a long history in this country, and especially in that part of the country, a system of laws and regulations governing who can and who cannot do what with water. And in this case, modernity has kind of undermined that with the ability to pump water 100 miles away. And that's where it needs to be reined in. I mean, honestly, the water laws have worked for just fine for 100 years, and they're farmers literally like set their entire life, or not live their lives by it, but they kind of all understand what the water rights are. I think we're overcomplicating this with, in some aspects. But again, modernity with the ability to pump water very far away, and these cities growing out in the middle of desert where there really shouldn't be a city there, or as large a city. I think that these are things that, to be honest, I think Texas should solve internally. I don't think that I certainly don't think that we need an authoritarian regime change. I think that there's some very basic. I think I was like 5 policy things. I can't remember them off the top of my head. I can only, say these things so many times before I just forget them. And I'm being facetious now, Kel. That's a joke. But I don't know, man. I don't really care about Mexico pumping water up into Texas. First of all, I don't want to owe Mexico anything. I just as soon just
or be dependent,
put the wall up and just forget they exist. To be honest with you, but other than that, I don't know that I have much more to say, Gibbs. I think I'm pretty clear.
I think you might. I think we're about there as well. You want to go ahead and just make a closing or give out your outro as well?
Me? Oh yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm an unreasonable man on Twitch and YouTube. I have started streaming the Twitch again. We'll see how long that lasts. I'll probably get banned within the week, so you better catch me quick before I'm gone. At any rate, I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and I think I've done a good job of that today. Although I wasn't very angry. Kel was far angrier than me. Kel, no more White Claws. Okay. And so try and I think this is really clear-cut case of water rights that just simply need to be clarified and modernized slightly. I think it's keep local government or the local government involved, the national government out of it. Again, just to reiterate, redefine, the use or the water, I can't think of what it's called now, but the water provision to use what is an equitable use, or not equitable, but non-fon's got me saying fucking equitable now. Damn it.
We're brainwashing, bro.
Jedi mind tricked you.
It just keeps saying the same thing over and over and over again.
You want equitable water rights.
That's right. Yeah, he's totally fucking Jedi me over here. And but I can't really say much more. I think I made the points earlier, and I'm so tired of hearing people repeat the same point.
I feel I'm with you on that one. Let's go to non-font here. I'll let you go ahead and say respond to that and give a closing outro.
Yeah, real quick on like the Mexico water thing. From my reading, it just didn't seem like it was that big of a deal because it doesn't seem like Mexico really has enough water to give us anyway. And then it seems like the big negative effect of it also was like a sugar plantation like closing in Texas or whatever. And the only reason we have sugar in the US anyway is because it's protected by government tariffs and government quotas, right? So I just don't think it just did not seem like an incredibly big deal to me. But I think overall, abundance liberalism is the solution to everything, okay? So obviously free markets are good, okay? Obviously privatization can be good, but sometimes what you need is some state capacity. You need this. You can have the state run state-owned enterprises efficiently. We see it in other countries. You can do it transparently. You can do it efficiently, and you can guarantee more equitable outcomes. If you want to watch me defend abundance liberalism, you can catch me live at NonFun420 on Twitch and Kick, and NonFun on YouTube. Again, my YouTube channel has that debate with the Jubilee dude who told Mehdi Hassan to get the fuck out. So go to my YouTube channel, check out that debate, NONFO on YouTube. Hell yeah.
All right, we'll definitely check it out. Cal, go ahead, and then we'll finish refaming. Go ahead.
GG, retweet. Go to our correspondence back at headquarters.
Nice. Thank you so much for shouting out Sadie and them, basically, for their raid. Big fan. And I guess that's your closing. Fabian, go ahead.
Is that your closing?
Problem?
Are you closing?
No, fair enough. No, yeah, no,
Okay.
no. So, yeah, I would say.
Hold on, let him close now. You use yours however you used it right there. Let him go.
Yeah, I would say that obviously when the discussion of commodification of water comes up, you know, I would say commodification, bad word, you know, Marxist term. But, you know, I think we should privatize all water. You know, I feel like I made my case fairly clear. In the absence of being able to do the most efficient form of distribution that doesn't violate human rights, unlike liberalism or socialism or these other, you know, policies that are a violation of rights and, you know, against the American spirit and will of the founding fathers and American ideal. I did offer a cursory kind of olive branch. I still think that is the correct way to do it. You know, Gibbs had some good ideas, you know, that I would obviously add to it, right? Looking again at water rights in terms of like whether or not pulling water from your property pulls water from other properties and things of that nature. I would advocate for that, you know, an open market as a kind of an olive branch position here. Mostly, I do think it is important to recognize that the problems that are occurring is, you know, Gibbs had mentioned this, you know, modernity and moving into, you know, deserts and things of that nature. But I think it's an important lesson of the concept of rights in America, which is that your rights don't actually fucking exist when you depend upon the government to enforce your rights. And every time you give the government more power, you get further and further away from those rights. If you would like to hear read a more detailed position on the concept of easement rights and common property, I'll leave a chat here in just a second. A link in the chat of common, public, and private property and the rationalization for the total privatization of property by Hans Hermann Hoppe. But hopefully I made my case here. You can find me, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube, Twitch, all the things. I'm sorry, not Twitch. I haven't been on Twitch in a while because you'd have to be stupid to be streaming on Twitch as a conservative. It's a good way to get banned and never be allowed on Twitch again. I ain't fucking doing it.
True.
Good luck to those that are.
I've been doing it years and haven't had a problem. You know, you just gotta, you know where the line is.
You're not being based enough.
Listen, I don't know, man. I can get pretty goddamn based. It's just how, like, it's how you choose to say things.
I'm teasing.
It's how to choose to say things. No, you're good. Yeah, we're gonna rate out now, but thank you all for being here. This has been good. I do think I might host another panel on this in the future about things. There's a lot.
I was going to talk about modernity, by the way, Scott.
Yeah, but
what's that?
I was the one talking about modernity. Gibbs was.
I mix Gibbs and Grid all the time.
I know you do.
Because they
you do it all the time too. You do it all the time. I do not look like Gibbs. I'm
not saying you look alike. I'm saying the names are similar, like Gibbs and Grid.
You should think it as a compliment. You're getting known as a god incarnate. That's what you should think of it. You're welcome. But yeah, let me in there. Thanks so much. Yeah, I definitely gonna watch Non-Fon's thing later, I'm sure. And then everybody check out everybody's channels and whatnot. Thanks for coming, guys. I'm gonna wrap there. And we're gonna raid Skyana. I think in a little while we're probably gonna do some kind of gaming with them, and it's gonna be fun time. So I'm gonna end now for now, and then we'll be back in an hour or two.
On the debate thing lately.
Yeah, check out his debate show. I won last week, by the way.
Yeah, you did.
Domination.
You did. I got a great clip from that too. One of my favorites. Oh yeah. Have you not seen it?
Send it to me. And we're out, by the way. Okay.
Jump over on the. I'll play it.
I'm gonna hop out of here.
Yeah, I'll go look at it.
See you guys.
Cool.
I'll see you around. I appreciate
Let me know
you.
when you're there.
I'll give you.
Hold on. What is this fucking Z Taco guy? Hop in one of the VCs. I've got to hear how damaged your fucking brain is. I got to see. You have been in fucking Discord being like, debate ANCAP debate. And I'm like, debate what? And you're like, ANCAP question mark? And now you show up to just be like, you're cooked. Yo, you're so cooked. I'm ill-faithed, dunked on. Dude, hop in. Let's hear it. Let's hear what you have to say. Like, you really want to debate something. Come on, hop on. What do you got? Get all those women on a panel for pure comedy? Oh, what women? Good God. They generally learn critical literacy rather than actual literacy? Yeah, that's fair. Hop on before I cut my fucking virtual camera off. You were literally in the chat like 30 seconds before I started saying something. Now you got nothing? You've been begging for a debate. What do you got? It's called The View? Yeah. It's not a 6-second delay. It's a 2-second delay. See? Right here. 2 seconds. Oh no, that's a message delay. Hold on. Where is the it's in my hold on. Whoopsie. Where's it at? It's output maybe. Keyframe interval, no. I don't think that I can show it while I'm streaming because I can't change it. But it's set to the lowest setting that YouTube the YouTube generally accepts. I've been way too harsh on the panels in prior streams. She deserved my ire, not prime or socio. Come on, buddy. Come on, Z Taco. Like, what's up? Pull up. You've been in the stream just spamming ANCAP debate. And I'm like, debate what? This is a server of ANCAPs. Then he literally just goes, justify a government. Good luck. He's literally talking to me, the ANCAP that runs the server. My arguments are laid bare with hundreds of videos on YouTube. I'm saying raise it to 6 seconds to prevent a slur troll. 6 seconds still isn't long enough for me to edit it out. Like that's like it's a live stream. It'd have to be like a 20-second delay or something. Because I would have to like end the stream. He's in the Discord now going, there is no VC. I think we might have met the dumbest ANCAP in the world, boys. Yes, there's an ANCAP that wants to debate me on the justification of a state from the ANCAP perspective and thinks I'm cooked. And he can't figure out what a VC is or how to stop spamming nonsense. Is he Yawam Book? That's so mean. Oh, man. Yeah, he's just schizo posting. All right. Yawam Book is so mean. Dude, I wish Jan Book wasn't such a pussy and didn't like fucking didn't run away blocking me and shit. Because we had a great interview a couple years back. Or maybe it was like a year and a half ago or something. We had a great interview. Like it was supposed to be like an hour interview and it turned into like 2.5 hours because he was just so into it. And even in it, he was like, libertarianism needs to fail. And this was like when I was way less skilled at doing interviews and in political philosophy and deeply less knowledgeable in terms of objectivism. Like I was leaning on maybe being an objectivist, I don't know, kind of at the time. Why he block you? Because I said that all of Israel's actions aren't justified. I was too mean on Israel. Meanwhile, I'm like the nicest on Israel libertarian that actually is a libertarian. I'm one of the few people that calls out Scott Horton for like propagating leftist bullshit and for not giving a full accounting of the history of the establishment of Israel. Dude, the Zulu streams have been funny. I mean, you know, go watch his stream then, asshole. I'm kidding. All right, guys. Looks like Z Taco's pushed out. I'm going to hop out of here. I should be back tomorrow, barring something happening. All I've eaten today is meat, and that's all I'm going to fucking eat for life, apparently, because it's the only thing I can guarantee won't make me sick, that non-sweet fruit. Dude, you're very moderate on Israel? Yeah, dude, I'm the most moderate on Israel libertarian there is, and he's still like, not good enough. You have to be for the wanton destruction of Gaza. It's like, all right, dude. So, I mean, you know, dude, objectivists are pretty cool, the Randroids and shit, until it comes to war. Then they just fucking lose it. They just go crazy. You looked at the Stop Killing Games thing? I plan on doing that tomorrow. And then maybe the McCarthy video. We'll see how long it takes. But I wanted to let it cook for a few days before I did anything with his debate, just because, like, I don't know, I want him to get all the views from like ANCAPs, because it's like a big deal for him. It's a big deal for us, you know? So like I don't want to be like, oh, I'm watching it live, watch my stream instead of his, or like, oh, don't watch it yet, you know, just come check it out, right? Like you guys can watch me react to a video you've already seen. I feel like that's just preferable. Yes, both Liquid Zulu and I don't believe in IP, but you know what I mean? That's not to say that I don't respect him and want him to get views first. Like I do, you know, if you're cool about it, then like I don't want to take away your views. Was kind of mild and meandering. Well, you know, no spoiler alerts. But I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see, somewhere around 6 or 7, maybe 5. Who knows? See how early I wake up and how much shit I have to do. It was fun. I'm feeling a lot better. I don't get to eat any good food anymore, but I'm feeling a lot better, so that's good. Best way to self-teach philosophy. I would say the best way to self-teach philosophy is to start with books that straddle the line between philosophy and story and narration, right? So read the classics, read Plato's Republic, since you're kind of already, you know, like into politics. Then I would read Dostoevsky, right? Then maybe read, like, you know, for fun, Thus Spake Zarathustra. Then read like things that are easy to read, like Nietzsche's Will to Power, or Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, or Miyamoto Musashi's Book of Five Rings. Wait, that might be the founder of Aikido, not, you know who I mean, the Book of Five Rings. The Prince is actually really good, and people deeply misunderstand Machiavelli. But like, read those kinds of things. Read things that are fun to read, that delve and dip your toes in the water in philosophy. And then once you kind of have a concept of philosophy, is it, I bet the Prince, no, the Prince is actually pretty good. especially if you're already into politics, because it essentially delves into like what is a good book. Siddhartha was a great book, but that's like Eastern philosophy. But Siddhartha is a great book. It's Hermann Hesse's book. It's wonderful. Just read shit that's fun, that expands your view of different backgrounds and questions reality and the nature of things, right? Like the Bhagavad Gita is really good, right? Then once you have like a lot of that stuff and you kind of have historical context, Lord of the Rings, unironically, yeah, it's a good one. That deal in those things. Then I would like start. I would go on YouTube and I would learn basic computer programming or basic logic. Having a good foundation of like, 1 + 1 = 2, and then like what is an if-then statement? What is a contradiction? What does a contradiction actually mean versus a subaltern or a contrary or a subcontrary, right? Like learn basic logic. No, you don't need advanced mathematics. You don't need anything too crazy, right? Because you're just trying to learn philosophy. And to learn philosophy, you need a decent foundation of logic in that regard. And then after that, I would go to, yeah, fair enough. I'm just giving general advice for everybody, not you specifically. Then after you've done all of that, right? You have a decent understanding of logic, either in small programming or at the very least, like you've watched some YouTube videos and stuff. So you have a decent understanding of that. And you have like, you're well read on some of the classics. Then watch Leonard Peikoff's series. You are not ready for Leonard Peikoff's series unless you have a decent understanding of logic and you have a decent like grasp of what philosophers have said or done. Don't fucking start with Hegel or Kant or Kierkegaard or fucking Hume is actually pretty easy to read. But you know what I mean? Like don't start reading philosophy. Okay? Because reading philosophy, most of it is really difficult to read. And a lot of it is like bloviating and like super wordy. And like, it's like, right? But I think you need to listen to Leonard Peikoff's whole series on objectivism, at least from my opinion. Kierkegaard isn't that bad. That's true. Kierkegaard isn't that bad. Maybe I was too harsh, but I'm just saying, like, don't read philosophy for philosophy's sake. It's going to be difficult to get through. I've watched half of Peikoff's playlist. It's good. Yeah, Peikoff's is great, but like, if you don't have any understanding of like literature or like the basic kind of like question, you've never grasped the philosophical questions, and you don't have a decent understanding of logic, Kierkegaard, Peikoff's will like, it'll confuse you. And you'll have to listen to it like 4 or 5 times. And it'll be a bitch to start with Judith Butler, jump into the end. Oh, God. Hoppa's actually really simple, I think. Yeah, but I don't know that he's a good source of logic. He's a good source of libertarian natural law theory, but I don't think obviously, he is a good at philosophy in that domain. Watch Peikoff Leonard Peikoff is a total douchebag. And the hate that he has for quantum mechanics and quantum physics is hilarious. Okay? But nevertheless, like, that series is like all of the philosophy a man really needs to know. But you need to have a foundation of logic first, and you need to just get used to the concept of reading philosophical quandaries in the world. And I think Marcus Aurelius's Meditations and the Book of Five Rings and like Nietzsche's Will to Power and like these straddle the line between like self-help cool sayings and like engaging in philosophy. And I think they're just very easy to get into for like any young man. Okay, well, I gave you what happens if you start with nothing. Okay? So if you already have a good foundation in logic, then do the other thing, and vice versa. I should have someone off chats with Kel to make her become a better debater. I don't know that girl is ever going to be able to be a good debater. I think you have to have a baseline level of wit and composure, and to be good at debating. That like she just lacks. I think most people can be trained to be a decent debater. You know, with learning rhetoric, learning tricks, learning a little bit of logic. I just don't think she has it in her. I don't think she has the capacity. All right, boys. I will see you tomorrow. Join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. Like, share, subscribe, click that notification bell. I love you guys so much. I'm feeling better. I'm going to stay away from all the food that makes me feel like shit and hopefully get healthier, because I've been having problems lately, trying to experiment and figure out, and it's been rough. When your friend invites his annoying girlfriend to the D&D game. Yo, I was trying to sign off, but that is such an apt description. Holy shit. Oh my God. Why are we doing math? Why are we rolling dice? What do you mean? Why can't I just blow him up? I notice a lot of objectivists avoid quantum mechanics, and I think it's probably misguided. I agree. I think quantum mechanics doesn't make fucking sense, and I think it's wrong. Nevertheless, I think that we have used what little understanding we have of quantum mechanics to produce real world results. And so the question is what are we missing? That should be the question that objectivists are challenging and answering. How can we bridge the gap between Newtonian physics and quantum physics? And like what knowledge is gone that's missing? And it's like, so this idea of like, oh, superposition is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Is just such a terrible way. Hello, I'm Z Taco. Yeah, you are dumb. I gave you an opportunity for a long time to get on to VC. I told you while I was in stream. I told you in the Discord, and then you're like, there is no VC. You are. I think you might be underage or something. I'm hoping you're like a kid. But I'm getting out of here. I'll be back tomorrow around somewhere around 5, 6, 7. Stay tuned in the Discord. I'll let you know exactly when I'm hopping on. Peace, guys.